Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers, and welcome to Underdunk number 71. It ain't easy being cheesy, so we are running back Swiss one more evening. If you're new here, I am Seal Agent Kyle, and I'll be your host this evening. And with me, as always, welcome in, Husky. How are you doing?
Hi, I realized just how, my hair looks greasy, but it's not. It's wet. I showered before this so that I don't have to in the morning before my 8 a.m. And then after this, I could just go right to EPCP. Kyle, the shelves looking very bare.
Yeah, they are looking bare. I got a new color on my wall. You can't really tell at this angle. You can kind of see it in the corner. I painted, or got my walls painted a different color, so I had to move all the plushies out of here. But Kelsey couldn't let me start a stream with just empty shelves. So we have a couple of things in here.
I was hoping that you weren't going to turn your camera on and there was going to be nothing. So I'm glad that some of the guys are here.
Yeah, we got some
Big
of the guys.
Lucario, obviously.
Big Lucario. We got Sprigatito is there. We have a Pikachu. We have the Mega Metagross. We have all the Steel guys. Yeah, so we're getting there. It's tomorrow though. Going to be putting everything back together because everything should be dry by then. So get everything hung up and
I want to, after seeing, I feel like I need to get a thing that, raises my camera up farther so that I can angle it down more, and then, get one of those shelves that, just lets you see only plushies. Because, in the grand scheme of things, I've got a lot of plushies going on, but it doesn't look like I have that much, because I just have the one shelf, and everyone's kind of stuffed it. Anyway, welcome to Underdunk this evening. Really excited to be here. This is Underdunk Valentine's Edition, so you are all our Valentines this evening for Underdunk number, what is this? 71? 71, the number of Valentines.
We have 71 Valentines. A little bit of housekeeping.
Taking polyamory to a new level, honestly. Me and my 71 Valentines.
That's crazy.
Every member of every team.
Jeez. Let's talk about housekeeping. We have a couple of things just to clarify for Swiss. Just because it's a new thing that we're running. Ooh, we got a Diet Coke. Okay. There's a little bit of confusion with the Swiss format. A little bit different from our normal double elimination. The previous double elimination, if you lost 2 of your sets, you're done for the evening. That is not the case here. So if you lose round 1 and round 2, keep going. You keep playing your round 3. You also can go ahead and play your round 4. And actually, what'll end up happening is you'll actually get lined up and matched against opponents that are a little bit more even as the night advances because you're going to be playing teams with similar records. So keep on playing. We hope that everybody's able to get as much practice in as they desire. So 4 rounds of Swiss to be exact. And other than that, one small ban for the evening, and that's going to be Surfetch since it is UCS banned. That is going to be our sole ban for the evening. And obviously, this is still a new format for us, so we're still happily taking feedback on this while we want to make sure everything goes smoothly, and we want to make sure everyone's enjoying the new format. We do have a couple of other things planned, so we're taking a lot of that feedback, and we're also going to try to implement some potential things after those 4 rounds. To be determined on exactly how we do it. It might depend on the week, but stay tuned. We hope that you continue playing in Underdunk as always. But Husky, let's take a look as we go in for Underdunk 71. Let's take a look at our top picks from this last week. We had a pretty interesting meta kind of start to develop. A little bit of shifts here and there because of that patch.
Yeah, I think that this is from last week?
Yep.
Yeah, so interesting. I feel like there's a lot of Pokemon that are really strong right now, and it makes for a very interesting ban meta, because there's a lot of things that you could ban out. So some of these picks, like Vaporeon, is really, really strong. It often gets banned, but when it doesn't get banned, it's often getting picked. Same with, I feel like all those top 5, if they're not banned, they're pretty much being picked. Interestingly, I guess not surprisingly, with those kind of top 5 Pokemon, pretty high win rates with the exception of Vaporeon, which does surprise me. I think one of the most surprising things on here, or not necessarily surprising, but something that I do want to call out, is this Ceruledge. Ceruledge is absolutely killing it right now. And we talked about it last week, I think, where Ceruledge, it's very good when a lot of other all-rounders are being consistently banned out. And it's very, very strong because it has a ton of mobility. It's got some good damage. It gets online quickly. So it's not surprising to me to see that it has a pretty high win rate.
Yeah, it's pretty strong right now. I think the other thing that I was really surprised at seeing is this Mewtwo Y. It's kind of started to dethrone, and maybe if not started, already has started to dethrone the Miraidon as that top ranged attacker. I think 70.6% is a pretty telltale sign of that. And Miraidon, not as good. Still very strong, but Mewtwo performed just slightly better. The other thing I wanted to talk about was this Blaziken. Surprising me specifically, 57.9. And this is a Pokemon that received a pretty significant rework, so that Overheat is able to get you're able to get pushed out of it right now. So it's not that fully unstoppable secure tool that really was menacing for the last 3 years that this thing has been.
Yeah, no, Blaziken is really, really strong. I think another thing that we're going to see here is Blaziken not in those top banned slots.
Yeah.
So it's a pick that can come out a lot. It can be in any game, and it does slot into some team comps pretty well. But taking a look at these bans, unsurprising top 3, I feel like. They're 2 Mega Pokemon and Blastoise, which may as well be a Mega Pokemon in and of itself. I am not looking forward to the day that they release the Blastoise, the Mega Blastoise, and the Mega Venusaur, because Blastoise is already ridiculous.
I kind of want Mega Venusaur, but that's more of a selfish thing. I just love that Pokemon so much. I think it's really funny seeing like some of these icons, and specifically that the Blastoise and the Blissey are so close to the camera.
Yeah, why are they so zoomed in?
I don't know. They are specifically just very zoomed in on those icons. I don't know why. That's just how those graphics are. But either way, let's also take a look at our map selection.
And look at this graphic, chat.
Yeah,
look at this graphic.
So
that is
we're seeing
so cool.
47% Kyogre.
Yeah, I think is the first map predetermined for this?
No, not in here in Underdunk. In UCS it is, but here we're doing top seed has that first selection of either pick or first side selection or map selection. So
yeah, okay. I thought so, but I wanted to just make sure before I went on my whole spiel about it. Ranked is currently Kyogre, so teams are getting the most practice if they're not directly scrimming against other teams. The most practice that they're getting is on ladder on the Kyogre map, so I think a lot of teams are comfortable with it. But that being said, Groudon is a good option because there's some less tall grass, so you can build a strategy around, having enough vision, having Pokemon that have sure hit targetable moves and things like that. I've seen Liquidation and Teleon come out frequently on a Groudon map, so things like that kind of are better for that environment. And I guess that 11.9% Rayquaza, the rip and flip people, they might enjoy the Rayquaza map, but it doesn't surprise me to see Kyogre leading the charge.
Kyogre's been, I think, like you said, I think it's just because it's kind of the ranked map of choice. It's the easiest to get practice on, and Groudon, I think, is probably the most balanced of them all. Rayquaza, obviously. I'm still surprised that we're seeing some Rayquaza. I think just some teams still like in a pinch to just go ahead and just rip the objective right off the map. And let's get into game number 1 of our round 1. We're gonna see Juice Dynasty along with Shiggy Wiggy Reborn. And if you see in the center of the screen, we're gonna see that Groudon.
Yeah, Groudon first map, so I'm interested to see what strategies are going to come out here. So unsurprising couple of first bans. That Mewtwo Y, we didn't get a chance to talk about a ton, but it's definitely the best attacker in the game right now. Not really a contest. It has an extremely high win rate, so a lot of teams, because it's so easy to use and it's so easy to do well with, a lot of teams just deciding to ban that out because they don't want to have to first pick an attacker. So in a lot of cases, it's just easier to get it off the board.
We're going to see already some of the bans. So Mewtwo Y, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, regular Blastoise. Again, no Mega Blastoise just yet, but we are dreading that day once that comes.
Yeah, we're
Mega Gyarados also potentially going to get banned, and also this Psyduck. I think this Psyduck is probably one of the best, like, versatile supporters. It's kind of that disruptor, and a lot of teams just don't want to deal with it right now.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid. So, yeah, bans that you would expect to see here, but that does leave a lot of options for some of those picks, and Umbreon is going to be that first pick slot. Still the premier defender, even after all this time. I know that Blastoise is technically a defender, but I guess it's more commonly played in the all-rounder role, so I'm going to categorize Umbreon as still that premier pick for a defender role. Interesting build it's got on right now, but Umbreon still very solid first pick option.
Let him cook. Let him cook. I like it. We are going to see this Mew Blissey core, so they're already Shiggy Wiggy is. I love that name. Grabbing that Mew along with their support, and currently Blissey holding a leftover, so makes me believe that potentially if that stays on, we are going to likely go more of that Safeguard Helping Hand build opposed to the Egg build, but I guess time will determine that. And for Juice Dynasty, they are going to lock in their supporter. It's going to be Eldegoss as well as the Miraidon. Not the best attacker, but some may say the second best.
Yeah, I mean, out of the attacker pool that you have available right now, if you want to get some range on your side, the other team's taking Mew. Taking that Miraidon is always a good call. On the other side, looks like we've got the double attacker team composition. We've picked up a Decidueye here. I feel like maybe a little early in the draft to pick up a Decidueye because Juice Dynasty can look to counter it potentially, and they will. They've got a Blaziken. I mean, I feel like anything's kind of good against a Decidueye, but they're going to grab double all-rounder, the Garchomp, coming into this game.
Garchomp, and this leads me to believe that we are going to see a Razor Leaf Decidueye. I mean, we talked about the potential helping hand on the Blissey. You had that X attack on the Decidueye, and I don't see any stacking items, so I think they are going to try to line up that Razor Leaf. It's going to have a lot of shred, and when you have a good front line with this Blissey and Snorlax, and even some crowd control from Machamp, it might be pretty difficult for these all-rounders to get to that Decidueye.
Yeah, if you can't get back there, then, or do enough damage in enough time while Decidueye is trying to heal up. I feel like the healing on Razor Leaf late game is pretty strong, so as long as it's continuing to dole out damage and you can't one-shot this thing, it could be difficult for the Garchomp and the Blaziken to really do too much. Now, on the other side, we've got the Miraidon, which is also gonna be kind of going untouched here if you're gonna kind of go with the idea that they're using the Blissey and the Machamp and the Snorlax to try to protect this Decidueye, then no one's going to be looking for that Miraidon. So I guess we'll kind of have to see the positioning, the macro decisions that these teams are going to make. But from what it seems like right now is you've got a lot on Juice Dynasty that needs a ton of experience to be really strong. And on Shiggy Wiggy Reborn, you don't have a lot. You've got a Machamp, which can kind of play support, and it doesn't need a ton of experience to disrupt the way that it has been. You've really just got Decidueye that needs those levels. So it could be interesting to see how Juice Dynasty is going to want to handle this.
It'll be interesting, but let's get into it. Game number 1 of our Swiss round 1. Juice Dynasty going to be on that purple side. They're going to take that Miraidon down to the bottom path, and it's going to be this Eldegoss Gibble up in the top path. So I think some pretty good early game up there.
Yeah, very classic path. The Gibble Cheese plus the Eldegoss for some basic attacking. You're just slowing opponents down, doing a lot of chip damage with those attacks. This bottom path, though, Snorlax, Mew, definitely another really strong path, but Juice Dynasty gets there first for that first spawn will be secure.
Snorlax going to put in a lot of heavy lifting. Muted auto, almost sending this Eevee back. I believe an eject was burned right there, potentially by that Snorlax. Either way, Umbreon, still an Eevee, getting away to safety early on has been pretty beneficial. You're also going to get this Eldegoss online for Juice Dynasty.
I think that the experience changes that we had a little while back have honestly been really beneficial for some of these supports in their early game. I've seen Gossifleur still struggling through level 3 as those 850 birds are hitting the map, and now with these changes, it definitely feels like they can get online a little bit sooner. You don't have a Gossifleur for as long.
You're also able to give some basic experience over to this Gibble. Good push there from the Combuskin. Even better punch from them as they take out that Blissey. Currently still a Chansey. Doesn't look like they want to push their luck. They're going to go down towards that central area, grab the rest of those Natus, and take that top path win.
Yeah, you've gotten the bottom path now, level 5 for Miraidon, so they're going to have access to what I assume is a Charge Beam. If it is Electro Drift, I guess it would be funny, but I definitely wouldn't advise it, and it is the Charge Beam there, doing a ton of shred to the Snorlax. The rest will heal them up and bring them back to their goal zone.
Husky is an all-rounder hater and also an Electro Drift Miraidon hater. These are things
There's
that
a lot
we
of things
all
I
know.
hate about this game.
I think those are the two main.
Yeah, absolutely. Game is developed really well. We do have Regidrago in that central area, starting to move down toward that bottom path. Now, just the supports hanging out here, getting vision, seeing who else is around. Neither team is ready to commit to it just yet. Looks like we do have level 7 on that Decidueye, so Shiggy Wiggy moving in there, trying to take this objective.
You're also going to dunk a decent amount of points in that top path, although Shiggy Wiggy is able to secure that Regidrago, so they pay for that push up in the top path. But they do get a little bit of value there. Nice Charge Beam from this Miraidon. Another secure for this Mew. And this Charge Beam Miraidon is getting some pretty good range. In the top path, this Machoke is going down.
Yeah, this is tough right now for Shiggy Wiggy in the top path. You do not want a Garchomp getting online sooner than your Machamp, who's currently only level 6. They don't have a full evolution yet. Neither does the Gabite, but a level 8 on that Gabite, doing a ton of damage with those boosted basic attacks. If you are getting towards that Machamp, it's pretty much just a couple boosted attacks before that thing goes down.
Let's see, just kind of guarding them. And then the bottom path, it's going to be Juice Dynasty ripping through this Regieleki. Will start making its way towards this T1. Still 4 members of Juice Dynasty looking to make this push a reality. Regieleki going to be able to walk in. Blaziken working their attack weight, getting those stacks in. Miraidon slowing it down, making sure that they don't break a little bit too early. And actually, they proc their passive, which leaves them with no money in their pocket, so they can't even break it.
Yeah, whoops. They're like, oh, well, I can't score anything anyway now. I feel like Miraidon just burns through Eos energy so quickly with that passive. Suddenly Zero has to just go back to base. It will give Blaziken an opportunity to stack up a little bit more, but right now, Kyle, only 7 points on the board for Shiggy Wiggy. They have been doing pretty well maintaining their levels, but they have not really been able to put many points in.
They have this level 10 Decidueye now, so they're going to have to try to work around this thing. You would love to get this level 9 on this Machoke, but it just hasn't been a reality just yet. They're still very low, and then Charge Beam might send them back. A nice eject play from Miraidon. And now this level 10 Garchomp is looking to push forward on this play.
Yeah, just barely the range there to make sure that you took that Pokemon down. Blissey now also going down to the Miraidon here, and Blaziken in the bottom path looking to potentially break that goal zone. They won't. They're just going to take some more experience. Honestly, smart playing here from Juice Dynasty. You've got complete control of that bottom path, enough where you can start pushing toward this Tier 2 goal zone at the top.
And a Unite move from this Garchomp. However, Machamp returns favor. It's going to take out this Eldegoss. Blissful Assistance into the Machamp, and they're looking for this KO on this level 10 Garchomp. The boosted autos, though, are doing a ton of heavy lifting. And that is going to be another Dragon combo, sending both of them back to the Pokemon Center.
Every Unite move up there, a little bit of a scrappy fight, no objectives on the board, so not exactly what you'd be expecting to see, but Juice Dynasty has a huge lead, so they definitely don't want to lose their level 11 Garchomp at this point, so you may as well just use the Unite moves, use everything you've got, make sure that you can continue increasing that score lead and picking up those KOs.
Another Regieleki. The Sono walk towards this T2. Decidueye has the ability to rip through that pretty quickly. Now you also have to deal with this top Regi, which is going to be a Regiroulette, Regirock, and now you're going to have these all-rounders scrap a little bit, but that's not a battle that you want to take if you're 2 levels down on that Machamp. Instead, they're going to try to slow down this Umbreon. 40 points look to go in, but the score shield broken just in time.
Yeah, it did keep the score shield on. I forgot to check and see if that build was going to stay, but they aren't able to get it this time, and this is a great push here from Shiggy Wiggy into the bottom path. They're finally going to be able to get some points, and Cotton Cloud Crash will come down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop it, Kyle.
Nope, not able to stop it. Miraidon just get enough health back to rejoin this fight. Now gonna look to try to take down this Mew. Gotta charge up a charge beam. That one's a little bit short. Blaziken looking to go on to the Decidueye. There's that blissful assistance. Blaziken now going back down to the Pokemon Center. There's that knock from Decidueye. They pick off the Miraidon in the back line, but another livid outrage from this Garchomp is gonna send Decidueye back.
They had to use a lot of resources there to try to take down that Decidueye, but that's kind of exactly what you need. This thing is level 13 already, gets the Bliss Assistance on top of it, and it's just a machine. I mean, that's what Razor Leaf is, I guess. It's just absolutely shredding opponents. So as soon as Blaziken doesn't one-shot it, the Blaziken is in huge danger and ends up going down. Garchomp had to use a Unite move as well just to be able to keep that fight going.
Let's see if this Machamp can get to their level 13 as soon as possible. They're going to try to take all this Altaria family for themselves, but Juice Dynasty doing a pretty good job of staying forward with this Umbreon, grabbing some vision that way. Double rounders in this bottom path, but you're going to have a 3-on-2 here. Nice Muted Auto E-Ball combo there. There's an overheat from Blaziken, but the Razor Leaves are way too strong. This level 14 Decidueye is going to be a menace. Umbreon, though, away from the fight, able to break that T2.
Juice Dynasty does have a large enough lead where if they are just able to defend some of their goal zones in this endgame, then they'll be doing just fine. But right now, the level 14 on this Decidueye and those few mistakes that we just saw there from the Garchomp and the Blaziken trying to jump in, and they just got a little bit too close to the onslaught of damage. If they make those mistakes in this endgame again, then the Decidueye will just be able to rip through them before they can do much.
Let's see how they want to line up this last 15 seconds before Groudon. Currently, Decidueye not in the central area. The only two Pokemon for Shiggy-Wiggy are going to be this Machamp Blissey.
I wonder if Decidueye is going to try to rip down this Alecki before letting it... No, they do just let it walk in. I was like, well, maybe, because it does have the shred to do it. But this is the linchpin of this team composition, so they absolutely need that Decidueye in the central area. I believe that this Garchomp was able to get vision.
Wow.
Oh, that is not a good spot for the Garchomp to be in. They will immediately get taken out. Umbreon tries to come back, but now they're caught in some Razor Leaves. They don't want to have to go down here. Knock Knock will come out, but for the time being, Juice Dynasty not in a good position.
Look at that play there from Decidueye. That's going to get one. Blaziken trying to run away. Cannot. That's a double for this Decidueye. Miraidon does take out the Machamp. There's that Mystic Mirage from the Mew. Groudon very low. Easy secures. Easy pickings for Shiggy-Wiggy reboard. However, they are still very much down. They're going to need a lot of points here. 100 points not going to do it. They're going to need to push even more. Another 74. Still down by over 200.
Yeah, they need to defend on those tier 2 goal zones. Definitely don't try to defend the tier 1s. They made the right call by just letting those 100 points go in and then backing up. Umbreon did get a good back cap in, but the second Decidueye sees them, they are just ripped apart. So can they defend with 4 against 5 Groudon shields? Well, 4 Groudon shields and 1 single Machamp with a Unite move.
And they're going to pick up this Garchomp into the barrage blow. Nice eject play, able to get away to safety. However, Blaziken not so fortunate. Razor Leaf shredding through Juice Dynasty. The Dynasty is starting to fall with a triple KO. It's just this Garchomp. Will they be able to get their Unite move off? They do, but they still go down. Points raining in. Shiggy-Wiggy Reborn has some life here.
Yeah, that Decidueye, that's exactly what they need to do. You need to get it to the late game. The Blissey just follows it around. Nothing stands a chance against it. It's absolutely insane, and Shiggy-Wiggy will be able to take this game number 1. That was a great game for them. Yeah. They definitely were playing the long game, right? You're just like, okay, it doesn't matter. You can score as many points as you want. We're going to win this end game with a good fight. And that Garchomp catch, just a lot of mistakes there in the second half of the game from Juice Dynasty. I think they got a little bit too confident, and they didn't realize just how powerful this Decidueye would be.
It's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, 637 to 436 going to be your final here in game number 1.
17 KOs.
Yeah, that's... I mean, you said it best. They had to play that late game. Early on, Juice Dynasty was really kind of holding their own. They slowed down that top path. They didn't really get a whole lot in the bottom path, did Shiggy-Wiggy, but once that mid-game started, you saw this Decidueye hit, like, level 13 pretty early, and yeah, 129k damage. That is a ton.
Yeah, I mean, the other Pokemon on this team don't even need to do any damage. It was all up to this Razor Leaf Decidueye. And this was the perfect composition for it to go in. I would really like to know from Juice Dynasty, you had the option to counter that Decidueye and, you know, have somebody on your squad be chasing it around the entire time. And you just didn't, you know, you picked two all-rounders that can't really catch up to the Decidueye in the late game. They can't burst it down quick enough. Something like a Garchomp, no matter what, even if it gets charged up, the Decidueye is able to shred through that Pokemon before enough damage can be done. So you really need something with burst, which they just didn't have.
Just didn't have it, right? I mean, and this is kind of what I was like worried about for Juice Dynasty. Like, you don't have a speedster to really get to that Decidueye. Yeah, the all-rounders are really good, and the early game was going to be pretty decent for them. But once you got, you know, protected and you have that front line of the Submission Machamp, you have the Snorlax, you have the Blissey, it's just very much just to protect the president at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you need, like, an Emerald two-step, right? Like, you need, like, a Leafeon, something that's going to be able to contest this Decidueye with enough sustain in those moments, but also enough to just burst it down before it can really get those Razor Leafs going, because otherwise, like, you have moments like this where this was a huge mistake from Juice Dynasty that really brought Shiggy back into it. They, you know, pushed a little bit too far forward with the Blaziken, and then we see them do it here. Again, the Garchomp into 3. They get in the range of the Decidueye, and they're gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, it's a level 13 Garchomp. It's a level 11 at that point. And look at this play right here. All 5, well, I guess 4 members, like just playing as a unit. You pick off exactly where that Garchomp was there. I got my drawing board back, Husky. We're so
I'm
bad.
really proud of you.
But yeah, I mean, and then from there, like, you had this really good eject play from Decidueye. Blaziken tries to get in there. He has to run away, but the Razor Leaf's just too much. Like, there's just nothing you can do to just delete this thing.
Yeah, and the Groudon's down before anybody could even get in there. There was also a good few moments. There's Moon. She's here now.
Aww.
There's even like a good few moments where this Umbreon with the score shield, you know, I'm wondering if they were kind of going with like a pseudo score comp type deal where Umbreon was just not really in any of the fights. I don't think I ever saw it use its Unite move. You know, it used it in that end fight for a second. But it was off. It was doing its own thing. It was scoring. So during that fight, it was backcapping. And at that point, I just don't think that that's what you do. I know that increasing the score lead is, you know, the score composition. It's what makes that, you know, valuable. But I think with a Razor Leaf Decidueye, you got to understand that you're not going to be able to defend your goal zones afterward. There's nothing that you're going to be able to do. So unless the rest of your team is all going to go score with you at that point, I feel like that's just not the call to leave in that moment.
Honestly, it was a pretty close game, so if they did decide to do that and they had some points, some AOS energy in their pockets, potentially that could have been the play. I think it was, 150 points by the end of it, so still definitely something that could have happened there. And I think there was a time in week 2 week 2 for UCS where we saw a team go Razor Leaf Decidueye Blissey, and then the other team countered it with score comp, and it actually almost worked out, but it was like one of the best, I guess, maybe not the best game quality-wise, but it was definitely exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of where Groudon specifically works well. You know, a Razor Leaf Decidueye, it's got to have something to lock on to. You can't just throw basic attacks wildly. So not really being able to hide from it is another key factor to something like this. But Juice Dynasty did end up picking to have first pick. So Shiggy Wiggy did select that Groudon map again. We could potentially see them go in the same strategy, but we do see Emotional Aid considering this Miraidon instead, so maybe they will switch it up.
Looks like bans are going to be relatively the same, if not almost the same, with the exception of that Blissey getting banned. So subbing the Blissey, or the Psyduck for the Blissey ban, I think that's really smart. That's the big enabler of that Razor Leaf comp, and outside of that, I think Juice Dynasty had a very strong game. We are going to go ahead and pick that Psyduck first. I think it's very wise, knowing that it's one of the best supports on the map right now.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you give up the Umbreon option, but I don't think you're as worried about it. You ban out the Blissey, you're pretty sure that they can't go with that same strategy again. You know, you like you said, the only reason that works is because of the Helping Hand on top of the Razor Leaf Decidueye. On the other side, we do see them locking the Miraidon, as well as Mimikyu, a Pokemon we didn't see last game, but we did see hitting our charts from earlier. It's doing pretty well right now.
It's doing well in the pick side, but it seems like a lot of teams aren't, maximizing, because I think the win rate on it was actually sub 50, so it was getting picked up at a decent rate, but it seemed like, especially if it gets drafted early, some teams are able to kind of pick around it. So we'll see how it works here for Shiggy Wiggy. I still like it, but look at this. This is something that we saw a little bit of in certain compositions, but a Metagross pick into a pretty decently brawly team I think could work really well.
Yeah, Metagross does well into a lot of all-rounders. I feel like that wasn't the place to pick it. I think right now with what Juice Dynasty has, you can really avoid the Metagross. So I'm not sure how it's going to end up working out for them. They do have the protection of this Umbreon. So if you have a Mean Look positioned on one of these, the Garchomp, the Leafeon, then you can get a lot of value out of a Metagross. So I think that's kind of their end game here. Their big combo. Mean Look somebody, throw in some Gyro Balls at it. The Garchomp is coming back though on the other side, and Decidueye is also coming back, but on the opposite side, and likely a Spirit Shackle.
Yeah, it definitely seems more like a Spirit Shackle game. You got that attack way, you have the Excel Bracer, and an eject button, so no X attack, so likely not going Razor. I mean, you still could break it out. I think it's still super fun. We are seeing that Eldegoss once again, and I think Eldegoss kind of gets overlooked as one of the top supports, but time and time again, regardless of how much it gets nerfed or really in reality not touched at all, it still finds a way to make some value, especially in that early game. You saw it in game number 1 with Juice Dynasty taking it early, and it looked really strong early on. It did kind of fall off late though.
Yeah, LD's always been good. It's a good support. It's ridiculous. How will it fare against this Psyduck, I think, is the question, but we will see.
Game number 2, Shiggy Wiggy up 1-0. Juice Dynasty gonna need this one if they want to stay on the winner's record for this round 1. Decidueye is gonna go to the central area. We are gonna see Psyduck along with that Gibble up in the top pass, so still pretty decent early game for Juice.
Now, I am interested in this Leafeon and already wondering why we didn't see it last game. If there is an ability to play Leafeon on Juice Dynasty, I'm wondering why we didn't see it against the Razor Leaf Decidueye. But it will be pretty good here into something like a Miraidon. What I'm wondering is, can Leafeon really do much against something like Mimikyu? I'm not sure.
Bottom path actually kind of went pretty well for Shiggy Wiggy. They got all that contested experience for themselves. Top side not going as fortunate for them as Gibble is doing a lot of work up in the top path, getting a lot of these last hits for them. So get this last little one, but Eldegoss with a nice little boosted auto, able to secure that and secure their evolution.
Yeah, there we go. Level 4 on that Eldegoss. Now Mimikyu in this bottom path. I wonder if we're going to see them with the Shadow Claw or the Play Rough moveset. I think both are really solid. You can go either way here. It does look like this is Play Rough. Yeah, they did jump on the Leafeon there. Potential to avoid some Emerald 2-steps as well.
Ooh, this is going to be a Solar Blade Leafeon, so a lot of last hit ability for Juice Dynasty with that move. Down the top path, a nice little push here for Juice Dynasty. They get about 30 points in, maybe about 40 once it's all said and done. And they're going to go ahead and take the rest of that for themselves. Mimikyu definitely needs to get their farm back up, and now that their central area's up, they're going to go right back there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this team is very early game focused generally on Juice Dynasty. They like to score some points early. They like to get their evolutions early. They do take out one here, this poor Beldum, not even level 5 yet, already seeming to struggle.
This is going to be a Bubble Beam on the Psyduck, so I actually really like this, especially with that Decidueye being able to, add some additional stuns from a decent amount of range, and some other audio attackers on your team like that Garchomp's going to find a lot of value. Now, Charge Beam, Solar Blade, though, going to do the trick. Now, Mimikyu is going to pay a little bit of exception to that. Going to hit a Shadow Sneak on this Decidueye, see if they want to take it. They actually end up taking it, but Decidueye has some Nice little footwork to avoid that Mimikyu.
Yeah, they do eject button over the wall there. They are going to get out, at least for the time being. And Miraidon now trying to help this Umbreon out of a sticky situation. They will be able to. We do have level 8 on the Decidueye. Leafeon just only ticking into level 7. It really does need that Unite move as soon as possible. It's going to start making some impacts. And look at that. The Gyro Ball that you were talking about gets one out, but the Spirit Shackle takes it down.
Oh, yeah, kind of combination with that and Garchomp. Nice little play rough there on the Gabite. Sending them pretty low on HP, but Shiggy does not want to overstay their pushes because that Decidueye could find some big KOs. You do not want that thing to scale into that late game. Both sets of objectives up now. Reggie Steel up in this top path, and it's going to be Shiggy just kind of playing from the back foot right now.
Bubble Beam on the Psyduck as well, so when this Garchomp gets going, that Bubble Beam is going to really enable it to continue doing a ton of damage. Decidueye as well. We know that this one is Spirit Shackle, but still having that ability to do a ton of damage. Psyduck, the Psy comes out and will secure that objective with that Unite move.
Kind of insane. In the bottom path, Decidueye grabbed a double KO. Now going to look to try to put a little bit of tension on this Regieleki. Walk away from it because you do not want that Thunder to secure it. A nice little play here from Leafeon to push them away. However, low HP bars. Gonna look to secure with that Solar Blade. Easy pickings, but it's actually Decidueye stealing it away from his own team.
Yeah, I am interested to see how this mid and late game end up going for this squad because you've got Spirit Shackle and Solar Blade, so you've got the secure on your side for sure. There's really nothing on the other side that does as well for securing objectives. So, and then you also have the option for the Ho-Oh's Revival, and nothing can really dive this Decidueye right now, so Juice Dynasty is in a really good spot, and we see them get yet another KO here.
His front line from this Ho-Oh is actually providing a lot of vision and a lot of value. Shiggy hasn't really been able to push much far forward. Are going to look for a little bit of a play down in this bottom path. Nice little enhanced charge beam, going to chunk down, reducing a lot of the damage as Ho-Oh. Gonna peel backwards. Garchomp looking for this Decidueye, or sorry, not Garchomp. Decidueye looking for their own bits of experience and seeing if they can go for that or if this fight is gonna break out. Because 4 members are down here. Engage from the Mimikyu. Now a little mean look to keep things in place.
Yeah, Shiggy just can't really find a way in, and this Decidueye is basically untouched in that backline, able to fire a ton of damage. And with that attack weight stacked up, half Miraidon's health there with a single Spirit Shackle. Finally, we do see Metagross coming down here with level 9. They do have an option for Unite move. Isn't going to matter, though, with the Knock Knock coming out. They do use it trying to get in on the Psyduck. Immediately, though, they will go down to the Knock Knock.
The Knock Knock last arrow takes out 2 members of Shiggy. Now Juice Dynasty going to be on the front foot, looking to push forward. Miraidon Eldegoss trying to stay present. Unfortunately, unable to get too far forward as the Leafeon, one big Solar Blade is going to take out that Miraidon. And the top path, Garchomp gets that Regice, but might be a little too late. Because now Shiggy is going to push a little bit forward, but still a lot of great defense here. Juice Dynasty just kind of holding their own in the bottom path.
Great KO there for Metagross, too. We saw them chase the Leafeon into the central area, and they were able to catch them. That's going to be a really solid KO for a Pokemon that was behind for most of this early game. Still, however, 0 points as we see Garchomp put in another 40 up in this top path. Mimikyu now trying to escape and get out of this situation. The Garchomp Unite move comes out. They can just kind of fight on their own here at level 12. Metagross and Eldegoss now trying to deal with this thing, but what can you do?
Not a whole lot, and Psyduck's going to get that KO on the Metagross after a great Unite move there from the Garchomp. Another Regieleki for Juice Dynasty. Shiggy once again playing from the back foot. Spirit Shackle going to connect on that Miraidon, but they're going to have to vacate this path. A lot of these points are going to go on in, not before a little bit of math. Going to maximize that. 264, 2 big old goose egg, but there's that Compute and Crush going to take out the Leafeon, but Metagross going to pay for it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Compute and Crush, great, but then you're trapping yourself as well, and you've got Decidueye on the outside of that ring of whatever it is. Rock ring, the Compute and Crush. Isn't Metagross a steel psychic?
Yeah.
And why does it make ground? Anyway.
I don't know. Metagross learns Earthquake in the game,
okay,
so I don't know if that's
fine.
like an homage to Earthquake, I guess. I don't know, man.
All right,
I just work
whatever.
here.
Makes no sense. Anyway. Decidueye on the outside there, there's nothing you can really do. Metagross is just going to get immediately taken out. They are level 12, so they have been able to claw their way back, but with level 13s on Garchomp and Decidueye, and nearing the Groudon spawning in about 30 seconds here, the Metagross really needs to target specifically either that Leafeon or that Decidueye, and you gotta actually target them down, because that poke damage in the back line is going to be way too much to handle.
Not only that, but you have a Ho-Oh with 40 Aeos energy, so it could potentially revive them for a second go. 264-0 as we enter the final stretch. Groudon has entered the fray. Decidueye just doing their best to try to check these tall grass areas, as there's not too many of them.
Metagross now getting flamed out here by this Ho-Oh. Just doing some damage. Eldegoss is going to be able to heal them up, but with enough of healing to deal with what this Decidueye is throwing. I don't know. Look at Emerald two-step coming into the backside. Cloud Crash will come down. Save them for the time being. Leafeon goes down, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a big KO right there. The Knock-Knock's also going to pick up a lot of those pieces. Look at all that damage. Ho-Oh's going to revive a pair, but a double KO from the Decidueye is going to keep the fight going for Juice Dynasty. Psyduck falls down. Garchomp into the back line. It's going to chase him down with that Livid Outrage. It's just Miraidon, and it's going to be a clean team wipe for Shiggy Wiggy, and now their Decidueye should be able to take this Groudon off the map.
And so what I'm seeing is Decidueye, most broken Pokemon in the game.
Yeah.
If you get Decidueye, you win. Any moveset can be played. It's our Shiggy Wiggy going to be completely shut out of this game number 2 after having such a good game number 1. Just kind of goes to show how much the draft phase really does matter. Pokemon that you're picking and how you're making macro decisions is really the name of the game in a lot of these situations.
Really like the way that they played around that Ho-Oh, and normally, like, when you see a Ho-Oh, you're like, man, I hope that this thing stays long enough so it can get the res, and it surely did. I think the Fire Spin ability on it's really strong. They're able to play off of it very well, especially with that Decidueye playing pretty safe. And I think the problem that Shiggy Wiggy had was similar to what Juice Dynasty had in game number 1. They just didn't have enough tools to get to it. Didn't have a Speedster. Yeah, you had Mimikyu, but seemingly wasn't really able to hit the Shadow Sneaks when they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Shiggy Wiggy Reborn had a great endgame fight. They picked off Leafeon, and I believe they picked off somebody else as well, but the Ho-Oh was still there. Like, that's like the thing about Ho-Oh is it's not that, like, oh, in the end game, all you have to do is just get the end objective and then you win the game. Well, Ho-Oh kind of makes that a little bit more difficult, because even if you do win that fight, Ho-Oh could bring everybody back for a second chance at getting that final objective. And yeah, there's the game. Game number 2, 0 points for Shiggy Wiggy. Definitely not the performance that they would have liked to see. But this Decidueye, on the other side this time, 14 KOs.
I mean, 17 KOs in game 1, 14 KOs in game 2, 127 and 129K. Decidueye is looking pretty good, at least in this first round matchup. JT or OTG the Garchomp also putting in a 72K. Not a ton of damage from Leafeon, but that's not really usually what you see Leafeon doing. I mean, most of the time you're just looking for those big KOs, those big engages with the Emerald two-step. Dash in, dash out, do a lot of damage early, and maybe not a ton of damage, but it had the burst that they needed in the right moments.
Yeah, which means we get to go to a game 3 here on the first round of the day. Well, let's take a look at some of these replays. And I do want to take a look at this Metagross again, because this Metagross was just not able to get online at this point. But look at this Decidueye. Mimikyu does chase them. We can't really see it, but they do hit them, and the Decidueye ejects over the wall to get out there. Definitely a really good play by them.
I mean, that just shows you, like, knowing the corners, the ins and outs of the map. Yeah, very unfortunate for the Mimikyu, because they jumped at the right time. Oh, I think it was actually the...
Oh, they did
Mimikyu
eject.
Jumped. It was the jump. It was the little Diglett.
Yeah, wait, did they hit
so
them?
Mimikyu teleported when they were mid-flight.
Oh, so
Yeah,
then
look
it
at
didn't
that.
stick onto them because they were mid-flight. When does it... Oh, no. I don't know if Decidueye ever let... It's interesting. That's interesting. Anyway, next replay. We see Metagross jumping in here, and again, they just couldn't really do too much this game. I think that, you know, these teams are good teams with good team fights, but from what we're seeing, they are just not quite at the level of understanding counter picks and, you know, the importance of drafting the correct Pokemon. You can't a lot of times just pick the composition that you want. You kind of have to make sure that you're playing around what the other team has, and this Metagross, I mean, it didn't get any chances to brawl, and it was just so far behind.
Look, I just want to call attention to this. This is kind of where things started to go wrong. Like, this Decidueye all game, you don't even see him, but he's able to provide a lot of value very safely. There's not anybody from Shiggy-Wiggy within, there's not yards, but you see Mimikyu on the top side. You don't see Decidueye, anyone near this Decidueye this entire fight, and that's kind of ends up being a problem for them.
Yeah, the Decidueye, just nobody's even looking for it either. And this was a good moment for Shiggy-Wiggy. They jumped in with the Leafeon, and then they weren't able to get any immediate KO. So watch this again. Leafeon comes in at the Miraidon. Perfect eject button there. Immediately into the Cotton Cloud Crash and heals everybody up. Great play. Metagross able to take down the Leafeon. Everybody from Juice Dynasty had a little bit of a delayed response here. So they were able to get another KO with the Mimikyu because they didn't follow up with the Leafeon as quickly as I think that the Leafeon would have expected them to in that moment. But taking out the Garchomp and the Leafeon, that's huge. That basically means that in a lot of games, you are winning that fight. But here comes the res right there.
Yep.
Ho-Oh brings everybody back, brings back the two that they lost. And there's, I mean, you can do your best with that Mimikyu, but you don't have a second life like everybody on Juice Dynasty did.
Yeah, that's where it kind of gets a little bit, problematic. You need to take out that Ho-Oh before it can Unite move, and you saw a perfect example of that. Like, if you're able to get that Ho-Oh first, then you might have had a pretty good shot there. But again, the damage reduction from Fire Spin, pretty strong, and then just unable to get those KOs or that specific KO on the Ho-Oh. Might have been the problem there, because if you're able to do that, then you don't have Garchomp again, you don't have to deal with Leafeon again, and you might have a shot in that one. Obviously, you still have to get Groudon, and you need to score a ton of points because they were down pretty handily at that point, but you might have had a shot there. We don't see it a ton, but it looked like it was providing a lot of value.
I mean, sometimes I feel like you can target the Ho-Oh in that endgame fight. You're like, oh, let's take down this res. But there's so many other things on Juice Dynasty that you were a lot more weary of. So I feel like the Ho-Oh just, for pun intended, flew under the radar a little bit.
Very good.
I'm really funny.
Yeah,
did you guys know
that? If you didn't know that, well, now you know. Let's go into game number 3. We're going to stay on the same exact side. So Juice Dynasty on the purple, Shiggy-Wiggy going to be on your orange side. And we are going to see Groudon for the 3rd straight time this evening. All 3 games, all 3 Groudons.
Yeah, Groudon making another appearance here. And we do see the same couple bands so far from both of these squads. And it looks like both are pretty comfortable with the bands that they have set up. We might see Shiggy-Wiggy go back to the Psyduck ban. I forget what it was that they banned. Oh, Mega Gyarados was the other one that was banned. And it looks like actually they're going to target ban out this Ho-Oh. So couple options here for first pick Juice Dynasty. Mega Gyarados, of course, is one. They could go with the Psyduck again as well. We also saw them first pick Umbreon in that first game. A lot of options for the squad.
Pick Venusaur first. Do it, I dare you. I do know CD loves playing Venusaur, so we'll see if that does come to fruition. Psyduck, though, I think probably the wise decision here for game number 3. It's available, I think, again, what's one of the best supports. I think it's really valuable. You saw how many times that they were able to hit those bubble beams, stun up your opponent, and do a lot of work there. However, you do give up that Mega Gyarados. You also give Galaxy the Snorlax, so I do think that's a pretty good core here for Shiggy-Wiggy.
Yeah, I like this. I think that pivoting to the Snorlax is a little bit safer. especially because of this Mega Gyarados that you're going to really need to help throughout the game. A block could be really valuable. Right now, though, it does look like it's wearing flail items, so we could be seeing a more damage-focused Snorlax as well, which honestly has been doing pretty well in and of itself. We do see Juice Dynasty bringing back that Score Shield Umbreon that I didn't love in that first game, but hey, you know, it's paired with a Psyduck this time, so maybe that's a little bit safer for this guy to go and score.
Do you see Latias come out here for Shiggy, so potentially more so in that attacker role than as that supportive type Pokemon, since you already do have a supporter in that Hoopa along with the Snorlax, but maybe we aren't going supportive Hoopa. See a Muscle Band and a Rapid Fire Scarf, so I'm thinking it's going to be a lot of damage here from their support core.
Yeah, the damage-focused Hoopa, damage-focused Latias. You're going with a little bit more attacker-focused supports. Now, on the other side, we do see the Machamp coming out. We saw it in the first game on Shiggy Wiggy. Now it's on Juice Dynasty. We do see Mew coming back as well. Once again, another pick that was on Shiggy Wiggy, that one game that they have won. And we have Empoleon, another pick that's, I feel like, similar to Metagross, where it's like, it's good. It just needs to meet some specific conditions. Do you think those conditions are met here, Kyle?
I think potentially. I think this Empoleon's actually a really good pick. I think it does really well into the Gyarados, especially if you could get that Whirlpool. Like, I guess I think we probably go Hydro Cannon, but I'm talking like the Whirlpool from that boosted Hydro Cannon has a lot of healing in it. So if you could, you know, try to fight your opponents on that, it could be really strong. And I think that Pokemon like that Gyarados and that Snorlax are going to try to fight around, you know, in pretty close proximity. I am a big fan of Empoleon, but like you said, I think it has to be very certain conditions, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that you can really put Empoleon on the top path when you have a Mega Gyarados on the other side, because you can rely on this 3-stage Pokemon to get online before this Magikarp, and you can secure a little bit better than it, and you don't have to worry about it being 3-stage because it's against a Magikarp, which sucks. It's supposed to absolutely be awful. So I think that I have seen, like you said, Empoleon does really well into Mega Gyarados. It has a little bit more sustain than some of these other all-rounders.
Let's get into game number 3, winner take all, to go on to round number 2 in that winner column. And now we are going to see this Empoleon go to that top path. I think it has a really good last hit ability, so I think that's a very wise decision to send it up.
Sending Machamp into the central area. I mean, I don't know what else I expected, because I did assume that Piplup would be going to the top path, but it is funny seeing a Machamp heading into the central area. At least you know you're getting that level 5 quickly.
Nice little secures there for Latias, and already holding on to 9 Eos energy, meaning it's been able to get some good last hits early on with that Swift. Magikarp along with the Hoopa. Hoopa's going to steal away one of those berries from them, try to keep this Magikarp pretty safe. Good secures here. You do not want to go down if you're at Piplup. You're very low, but it could get a little sticky.
Yeah, it was a nice moment there for Magikarp to try to get in a couple more hits of its moves, just to build up that effort gauge a little bit more. But now Ceruledge has arrived, as well as the Machoke here in this top path. Both teams now looking for an opportunity to get some early KOs.
We're going to see a 4v3 up here. We'll see if Mystic's able to catch a couple Pokemon off guard. Waiting for their moment. There's that Bitter Blade met with that submission. And immediately Piplup's going to be sending that Empoleon down. Or sorry, that Ceruledge down. And a couple of KOs that way. Psyduck picking up a pair. And the odd man advantage, the one-man advantage for Shiggy Wiggy did not go their way.
And unfortunately, we do still have a Magikarp. Latias will hang out in that top path for a little while. Luckily, they don't lose Snorlax in the bottom path, but still, this team just does not seem to be interested in scoring any points early, because we have not seen them score a single point early. I think they scored their first points well after the mid-game in that game number 1 where they won, and they just don't really seem to care that much.
We are going to go Dragon Breath on this Latias. Mew burning an eject button there, trying to get away, making sure that they stay up on their HP. Nice little secure there from Umbreon, and now it's attention directly on this Regidrago, and Shiggy Wiggy gets that objective pretty easily.
Yeah, nobody comes in there for Juice Dynasty. Instead, they're just looking to continue to stack up. You do have special attack specs on this Prinplup, so you're going to try to get that stacked up. And he gets caught out here, does get the level 7. That was a huge play. Steals away the last hit of that Buttlebee there. and able to get that evolution and get out. They will lose Machamp, but I'm still reeling over that Empoleon getting out.
I love the Psyduck play into this Gyarados. I think Disable is going to do a lot of wonders here. Slimp very dangerously low. However, Empoleon's the one that's going down as Mystic comes to the rescue. Helps get that KO. Another little submission there, looking for it. Machamp trying to live on a sliver, unfortunately unable to do so. I think it was the Baltoy that stopped the score, but didn't matter. Psyduck was right there to do the same.
Yeah, a bit of a bait there for that Machoke to come back up and immediately meet this Gyarados with the Ceruledge. Bitterblade does so much more damage than I think a lot of people realize, especially when you're ahead. They will be able to push this Regieleki. Now, they did score a bit, so 40 points have gone in for this squad. Tries to stop this Empoleon here in the top path. I'm not sure how necessary that 8 points was, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're probably trying to stack once again, and said just send it, and unfortunately it didn't go their way. Still trying to push on this T1 goal zone. Shiggy Wiggy trying to get this Regieleki in. Unfortunately, a good defense from Juice Dynasty going to prevent all of that from happening. In the bottom path, though, we're going to see that this basement Reggie really hasn't been touched. It's just been this Mew kind of holding the door here for Juice Dynasty. Now with Ceruledge here, Shiggy Wiggy door is open. They're going to try to go for it, ripping it down, looking for a secure Umbreon, trying to run in. Solar Beam looking to do it, but no, Latias getting that last hit for Shiggy Wiggy.
Latias with the last hit. As a Latias player myself, that's one of the best things that you can ask for. Another couple Eon Power Stacks for that Pokemon. In the top path, Mega Gyarados trying to hold it down all by themselves into 3 Pokemon. 2 points remain on this top path goal zone. And we do have everybody pulling out all the stops here on this top path, but nobody could do anything to this Gyarados.
The absolute wall that Galaxy was putting up to prevent some of the push from that Psyduck enabled that KO, helped Slimp stay upright, and now it's going to help this T1 push, and I guess this T1 break here for Shiggy Wiggy. Another little trick here, good push from that Light Scream, but they are going to get away to safety, so good plays for Juice Dynasty staying up there. Not for a second, you might have been in trouble.
Yeah, this Umbreon again with their score shield puts in another couple points. Juice Dynasty hanging on to a slight score lead, but this time Shiggy Wiggy is not letting that get out of hand by any means. Regieleki going to spawn in that top path in 15 seconds, but the teams instead have started to migrate bottom.
Headache gauge popped for the Psyduck, so that is that aura around it. Gonna try to do a little bit of damage with these bubble beams. 1v1 in this top path. Sovereign Slide misses the mark a little bit wide right. Another Hydro Cannon as this Hoopa is just dancing around this T1, trying to prevent these scores from going on. Phantom Force there is going to prevent another one. Still 17 points being held. Nice little trick there to dodge another ability. In the bottom path, we have another push down here for Shiggy Wiggy. 16 and 40 go on in. Mega Gyarados enters the fray. There's that Revenant Ren going to slice through Juice Dynasty in 40 points. That's a 36 overcap for Shiggy Wiggy Reborn.
This poor Empoleon in the top path just being absolutely embarrassed by this Hoopa, missing every single skill shot move because the Hoopa is just so annoying with their jukes. We see it there as well. Empoleon thinking they're going to take them down. Just doesn't happen. Level 11 versus level 13. Now Ceruledge has shown up. Full Heal comes out. It's not going to be enough. That Penguin will be sent back to the frozen home of the Pokemon Center.
The Igloo, if you may. Nice little secure here for Gyarados. I thought Mew was going to get it. They left it on 1 HP. Gyarados able to secure it. Now they're going to try to push this T1 goal zone. 11 in, minimal overcap, but Gyarados now going to take that highway up to the top path. Hoop is bringing the team in with the rings unbound. Points looking to go on in, maybe even before Regieleki. Another little punch here from the Machamp, misses the mark. Regieleki still knocking on the doorstep. Ceruledge now going down. Snorlax on the way out as well. Solar Beam from Mew is going to chip him down, and that's going to send Shiggy Wiggy all the way back into this central area.
That was a great response there from Juice Dynasty. I think Shiggy got very confident about their ability to push that goal zone. And there were so many members of Juice Dynasty in the bottom path that their response times were going to be just a bit slow. We still saw Shiggy Wiggy got some points in, but the stop was ultimately on Juice Dynasty there. And it was a really good call by them. They got a couple KOs, including the level 13 Ceruledge. That puts them in a pretty good spot.
Nice little 12 points in for this Umbreon. Or, yeah, you know, just try to get another score in before this lasts a little bit. Make sure that you have your levels up in order. 295, 189 the scoreline here in game number 3. 30 seconds until our Groudon. Mew and Gyarados gonna try to duke it out.
Ooh, Mew has to use an eject button here. They're not going to be able to get out of it. They're just going to decide to go down. That is definitely unfortunate to use an eject button to still end up going down, but nobody on Juice Dynasty was anywhere near where that Mew was. They were just looking for some vision there, and no one else was around, so they were just able to capitalize on taking one Pokemon down. They are back, though, this time with a Unite move, but not having an eject button is definitely not the best.
A little Phantom Force there from Hoopa to just check this tall grass, make sure that no one is hiding in it currently. Juice Dynasty looking for a back cap with this Umbreon, also playing through this top side. So 27 double it, make it 54 into that T2. That's going to level up the score lead, make it a little bit smaller. Groudon already getting chipped, already at half. Hoopa's going to jump in with that Phantom Force. Here comes Gyarados, going to get slowed down. Nice little submission there. Here's the Revenant Ren, and now Shiggy Wiggy is on the offensive. Barrage Blow is going to try to hit the mark. Groudon really low. Shiggy Wiggy going to get it. It's Latias that secures it with the Dragon Breath.
Wow, I don't even know who was ripping it there. I was watching that fight going on in that top side, and we thought, I thought for a second that maybe they'd be able to take down the Mega Gyarados, but no. Just so tanky with this team composition. Snorlax putting up a huge barrier. Machamp tried to get a good positioning for a Barrage Blow, but by the time they were able to get it, they were just so low HP that it didn't end up mattering. So Shiggy Wiggy, after being completely shut out in game number 2, is going to bring it back here in game 3.
What a shocker that was. Yeah, very, very well played there at the end. I really liked their tempo. And like you said, I was also kind of caught off guard that the Groudon was so low. I was talking about the Gyarados, and then all of a sudden, Groudon's like nearly gone. So very wise decision. They had plenty of vision, and Juice Dynasty just really unable to secure the, put their secure tools on.
Yeah, and, I brought it up in the first game. I'll bring it up here as well. I don't understand the backcapping Umbreon. I don't get it. There's no Hoopa there for your side to bring you back in. You're scoring small points. You weren't ahead, and that score wasn't going to put you ahead. I didn't understand it in game 1, and I didn't understand it here. I feel like the Umbreon does much better when it's fighting with the team.
That is going to be Shiggy Wiggy taking their first round matchup 2-1 against Juice Dynasty. Final score going to be 967 to 243. Pretty good stuff here for Shiggy Wiggy coming back after that tough game 2.
Yeah, I mean, in game 1, I was kind of like, well, the only thing that they can do is use this Razor Leaf Decidueye, but that's clearly not the case. Instead, they got the Mega Gyarados, that looked really good, and the Cerulege, the star of the show here, 9-6. Also pulling out that MVP and most points scored on the team. Mystic GG looking really good.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of times where Cerulege just kind of came to the rescue for Slimp on the Gyarados, or just like somehow out of nowhere just taking down, bullying that Empoleon. I felt like Empoleon, I think we talked about it, is that it's good in some situations, and this one just definitely didn't seem like they were able to get their stacks in early, and they just kind of trailed in levels a lot. And when you're going up against a Mega Gyarados, that definitely tends to be kind of a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, Empoleon honestly just did not look very good. I mean, neither did Machamp, but Machamp is kind of like, you're not really using it much for damage, you're just kind of using it more for CC. But Empoleon, there were just so many times where they should have been hitting those moves, and I don't know if a single Sovereign Slide really connected all game. It just seemed like the Mega Gyarados was able to pull it back, got themselves ahead after some of these moments, and then, at this moment here, turned it around, and I don't think the Empoleon ever really recovered.
This is a pretty fun moment. Good zoning here from Shiggy Wiggy. You see the block there from the Snorlax. Nice little heavy slam. However, gonna avoid it. Nice little play there with that Snarl. We leave this very low, but we get that Dragon Breath on it just in the right moment there. So, yeah, loving this Latias. Played very well all game.
This was a great play as well. We had the defense here from the Mega Gyarados. They had the Unstoppable. Nothing was going to stop them. They had the Sovereign Slide out for this Empoleon, but we see, again, they continue to miss those moves. Gyarados is already back in their own Flux Zone, KOing the Psyduck, and they were able to hold on to a huge defense.
Yeah, that play there by Galaxy was actually really big there. You see the tiny sliver there from Mew, and yeah, just very unfortunate for them. Very fortunate for this Gyarados. You see just the tiniest little sliver. I barely even see it on there. Gyarados just able to snipe that away. Very, very unfortunate. Just kind of how the game went for Juice.
Yeah, just a basic attack there for the Mega Gyarados. That's why you ban it. That's why it's so broken. But you do have now this push, which really did put Juice Dynasty back in it because they got some really valuable KOs. But then here, Mew, eject button, got KO'd, and then in the center. Okay, so watch the Groudon. What was even hitting it? I guess we had Empoleon ripping it.
Yeah.
Well, who is that? Yeah, Empoleon was ripping it at that point, and then what did they do? They walked away from it. I guess you see, Latias is there. Hits a good Unite move, and Machamp goes down. That was huge. Empoleon standing there trying to get the secure, but it is the Latias that gets it. So, I mean, it's a weird play from Juice Dynasty, honestly. You have your entire team trying to deal with everybody in that top side. Empoleon and Umbreon by themselves ripping. They use a Unite move on the Groudon. No shields are even around. There's nothing you can even really take. It was if you're gonna rip, then you gotta send everybody to the rip. If you're gonna fight, then you gotta send everybody to the fight. It was definitely a weird call from them. They still could have got it. It could have worked. But in this case, it didn't. It's that coin flip, you know, and sometimes you lose the coin flip.
Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Very unfortunate. But let's go ahead and take our break as we get round number 2 set up. Don't go too far, folks. We're going to get this one set up very, very quickly. One of the benefits of going to a game number 3. And we are going to see Ashen Ones versus Final Exam. Not midterms, but Final Exam for our winners. Or not winners round 2. Just round 2 matchup. So don't go too far, folks. We'll be back with Underdunk 71 after a very short break. And welcome back.
Surprise!
We're back. Like a minute and a half early, but we are back. We are going to go ahead and
We're both just little piss boys who needed to piss. But we're going to get to draft. Let's go. Set 2. Round 2.
Yeah, all that jazz. Psyduck, Miraidon, Blastoise all getting the bans here. Final Exam was... Oh, okay, so this is essentially a reborn, reconfigured Flamin' Hot Depressos. Or Flamin' Hot Dodrios, whatever you're familiar
whatever's going on there. All right, so what do we got here? Bans. No ban for ban number 2. What am I seeing right now?
Yeah, no ban.
Second ban was no ban. Third ban for Ashen is going to be this Darkrai. So I think they were trying to figure out what they were going to ban to try to set up, specific first picks. So, I mean, Mega Gyarados on the table, Umbreon, Blissey on the table, Snorlax on the table. It really depends on what they want to take here. And there is going to be the Mega Gyarados.
Yeah. I mean, it looked really good in the last game that we watched in Game 3 of our last set, so might as well go ahead and break that out. So it is open. I also see this Vaporeon open. However, it got picked a lot of times in last Underdunk. Performed kind of mid to be the, to say the least. Like around 44% win rate. It's still very strong and very annoying. Doesn't go down. But they are going to pick that EV counterpart, so Umbreon and Vaporeon, and then Final Exam going to try to line up their next 2 picks. I think Christian kind of hovering this Hoopa. I would love to see that. At some point, I want to see Christian play some Sableye tonight.
Yeah, I think that would be exciting. We do have Sylveon. This is an exciting pick here from Elo Poppy. Not going to be the Pikachu that we know and love, but it is going to be this Sylveon. Another EV that is probably the one that's least played. Actually, definitely the least played EV competitively, but it's still fairly strong. You've got a couple good options. It's a fairly tanky attacker, but it doesn't see a ton of play because it's more of a mid-ranged attacker, and, it kind of goes right along with this Alolan Ninetales that we see on the other side. More of a mid-ranged focused attacker. Sylveon a little bit more mobile, and A9 focus more on CC.
Yeah, I'm liking this pick here. I imagine that we may see a little bit of a player swap, so we'll see potentially Elo Poppy on the Gengar. No, Elo loves playing Gengar, so potentially we'll see that get swapped over. Last pick, though, Ashen Ones does have a couple of power picks on the table. Obviously, you have to be very cautious because Slowbro was just selected for Final Exam, so you don't want to go anything too Unite-centric. So I do love this Garchomp pick here in the gutter. I think that's going to work really well.
Yeah, Garchomp, we're seeing it now showing up more and more. Like, we saw it in a lot of games in our last set. I think Garchomp is going to kind of be that, sleeper pick of the week. And I'm looking forward to seeing EUIC as well to see if Garchomp is played. I think it's one of those picks that has kind of always still continued to be used in the EU region. Now, NA is kind of remembering how good it actually is. Now, I do also want to talk about this Slowbro Hoopa core. It's very classic. But Slowbro with a good Slow Beam has a couple of major options, and it kind of depends on which Pokemon on Ashen Ones, likely either the Urshifu or the Garchomp, that gets ahead enough where you're like, we need to make sure that this Unite move gets stopped.
Yeah, I imagine that we'll probably see a Water Urshifu, so the Rapid Strike, I saw a full heal there, so that's kind of what I envision. I think the Garchomp would be a really good pick because if you can Unite it once it Unite moves, you kind of nerf it and stop one of the biggest tools that you have for Ashen.
Yeah, I think that both teams have a lot of options and some fun picks as well. I love this Sylveon. I'm going to be looking forward to watching it. Gengar as well. I imagine we'll see it go Hex because of that Shred. It's pretty decent into something like Garchomp if it's getting under the ground, but here we go.
Let's get into game number 1. Final Exam going towards this top path. It is going to be Mega Gyarados, currently a regular Magikarp up there. And on the bottom side, Elo Poppy along with Volk on the Slowpoke. It's going to be that Gibble along with the Vaporeon going top for Ashen.
Yeah, and here in the bottom path, Alolan Ninetales, very classic path, I feel like whenever I see some of these original attacker Pokemon, This is the, Vulpix is the Pokemon that I have tattooed on me. So, love seeing Alolan Vulpix showing up here in game number 1 of this set.
And we are going to go Urshifu in the central area. Good guarding here from Eevee to make sure that no one was going to go in for the invade. However, Hoopa, it's going to be Christian here, maybe a little bit late to the party, but still plenty of time to try to party crash this one with a big secure. They're able to get this red buff in. They did! It's criminal.
They did! Oh, that's huge for them right there. They're able to take it. They did send some reinforcements, but not enough to actually chase this Hoopa down, so that is a huge invasion there for them. And now Urshifu has to go take one of that back ball toy to get to that level 5. It is the Water Bear variety, so they're going to try to jump in right away, make up some of that experience that they lost. They're going to be able to take down this Magikarp.
Yeah, that's a big KO. That's definitely what they needed to kind of keep this going. Elo Poppy on 1 HP. The dream. It is gonna go! That citrus berry popped up right at the right moment. Insane. I thought for sure a boosted auto or a basic attack was gonna take him down.
Well, think about it. On Groudon map, they're done. There's not enough tall grass. They were able to walk through the tall grass and not be targeted for so long that they started to heal up a little bit, giving them enough time to get to the citrus berry and then walk away. Doesn't happen on the Groudon map. It's one of the benefits of Kyogre.
Kyogre diff there. And now we finally do have a Gyarados. Gonna start making a little bit of its presence known in this top path. Gonna press on forward, but here comes Navashi on this Water Bear. Gonna punch right back. Maybe a little bit of a kick there. Nice little Dragon Breath. Gonna damage them a little bit, but this poor little Eevee is just trying to evolve.
Yeah, I feel like wearing the EXP share is kind of at a detriment to them right now because they have to get that last hit with the EXP share and they're just not getting it. 2 KO streak there for this Haunter and now able to get some stacks up. Gyarados misses the Eos energy there for a second. I had to turn back around, but 67 points to 4 for Ashen.
And we're gonna go make our way towards this Regidrago. Very low HP, should be easy pickings for final exam, and it's exactly what it is. However, now they're gonna look towards this bottom path where Ashen ones is making their presence known. Gyarados gonna farm that top side, and nice little push there. Hyper Voice gonna send that Umbreon scattering backwards. Objectives hitting the map now. Regi Roulette in the bottom side. Reg Ice is the Regi down here for members hovering this bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Final Exam is pretty confident in their lead to just keep Gyarados up in this top path, but in the bottom path, you see the Mudguard come out. Regice getting chipped, but Umbreon already down.
Umbreon down to this Gengar. They make quick work of their Edge Ice, and now Slowbro, Scald Bro, gonna press on forward and try to hit that telekinesis, just missing that Alolan Ninetales. Good freeze there, Hex Gengar pressing forward, gonna try to go in a little bit farther. There's that Unite move from them, points still going in for final exam. Gengar barely surviving, eventually goes down in the Flux Zone. Might have been a cookie jar moment for them, but they did buy some time as Gyarados got all of the value up in the top side.
Yeah, I think that the Gengar accidentally double-clicked their Unite move there, so they popped up right away while they were still inside the mean look. And Gyarados does use a Unite move here. Gets jumped on. I don't think they expected everybody from Ashen ones to respond to that there, but they will be taken out. That's a big KO for Ashen, who is definitely behind in the levels right now.
Now they're going to push towards this T1 goal zone. There's that Livid Outrage from the Garchomp. Mean look from Gengar once again. Last little hit slams Gengar back to the Pokemon Center. Now going to go on towards this Hoopa. Christian in another mean look. Slowbro trying to scald them. That's not enough damage reduction when you have 4 members of Ashen ones pushing forward, powering forward. Another Dragon combo going to lift up Slowbro. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Gyarados trying to hold the door. However, that gets shut by Ashen ones. They take that one. Gengar comes in. They're going to get 1. They're going to get 2. They're looking for 3 Alolan Ninetales. Able to just send them back in with a nice freeze, but here comes Elo Poppy with a great Hyper Voice.
Yeah, I mean, Final Exam is a very scrappy team. They don't really care if they're getting taken out. They're just going to try to take out the enemy. You see them there using every Unite move in the book and a 4 KO streak for this Water Bear. But still, Final Exam just having a good time participating in these fights. But now the first to reach level 12 is Ashen. This Quadra KO on the Urshifu was big for them.
Just back and forth, back and forth. This Umbreon's being really annoying for final exam. They're just getting mean looked every single time on cooldown. This Alola Ninetales is doing a lot of damage, and you're seeing it right there. Now we're going to pay a little bit of attention to this Regice. Garchomp going to shred through this pretty quickly. Gengar tried one last-ditch effort to try to steal that away. Unfortunately, that mission was unsuccessful. Ashen 1 sending all 4 in. Nice little eject play from the Garchomp. They're going to try to go on into the backline with that Livid Outrage. They're going to try to pick up a berry. Hoopa brings the team in with the Rings Unbalanced. A lot of stuns. Gengar, Gyarados, putting them all to bed, and Gengar is pushing forward. Nice little telekinesis from the bro, and that is a clean wipe, a clean win here for final exam. They aced it.
Yeah, great fight there from final exam. Big slow beam onto the Urshifu as well, and the Sylveon was able to clean it up. So now we've got 3 level 12s on final exam, balancing out their 3 carries here. We do see Gengar now reaching that level 13 just barely. They should have no problem getting the Gyarados to level 13 as well. Easily takes on the Regieleki. Dude, we switched away to watch them score for 1 second, and the Regieleki was already down.
It's already gone. There's so much rip. 4 members now looking to push towards this T2. Gonna nice little telekinesis separate the Garchomp in. Unite move from Sylveon. Gonna heal themselves up. However, Slowbro goes down. And now we're gonna have Sylveon go down. Urshifu coming to the party. Gonna chase away a couple Pokemon. And Regieleki defense is successful for Ashen Ones.
Yeah, not sure I love that play. That was a bad push, honestly. There's no reason to go for that push. You're definitely ahead right now, just under 100 points ahead. You know that you're ahead. There's no reason. I think, maybe there's a little bit of like, let's get our Unite moves back and just make sure that we've got it. A little bit of a scrap here in the central area. Only 3 minutes, so no teams really want to use their Unite move. Regidrago goes down very quickly. Gengar, the one to secure that objective.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb secure for Gengar. Now Umbreon getting separated from the pack. They're going to try to retreat. Good Ice Wall from Alola Ninetales. Almost actually griefs the Umbreon now. We have a 2-second timer until this basement objective. Hoop is going to trick the Gengar, and that's going to be a 3rd Regice.
Wow, the triple Regice for the game. Me and Tano's thing. He would be so happy to hear that there's the 3 Regice. The elusive trip Regice, but 2 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock. Kyogre getting ready to hit the map here. Ooh, good catch there with the Muddy Water from this Vaporeon. They do trap Slowbro, but it's not going to be a ton of damage. But I think it's just going to be a little bit annoying.
Alola Ninetales trying to find their way in, but this trick along with the Slowbro, along with the Gengar, is just very hard for this Pokemon to find a path to way in. Eventually they do find it. Gengar still not really looking for a flank. Ashen One's kind of playing through this top side.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really know how much final exam's lead is, but Ashen does know that they're the team that's behind, so they're going to have to be the ones to try to make an engagement here on this fight. Moving it up into this top side instead. Hoopa, Rings Unbound are out, Kyle.
Yeah, they've got a lot of Unite moves getting expended. Gengar going in. Alola Ninetales the only one that's fallen so far. Mega Gyarados is hitting the map, and they're dishing out some punishments. Ashen Ones, they're falling down like flies. Final exam, that's an A+, an ace for them as they take Kyogre.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to take it easily. 3 KO streak for this Mega Gyarados. Gengar, unfortunately, got ripped to shreds, but it didn't really matter. You got the Sylveon with the Hyper Voice, a little bit tankier. You got the Mega Gyarados as well, and everybody from Ashen just fell down. Turns out Ashen didn't need to be the one to make the engagement on the fight. Final exam was ready for it, and they were more than happy to catch Ashen by surprise.
They really were. 40 seconds, though, so they were trying to play this a little bit more cautious. Still plenty of opportunity for Ashen Ones to come back if final exam gets their hands caught in the cookie jar. So they are going to travel as a pack, looking for this T2 push on the top side. 50 points, double it, make it 100. That Sylveon's going to score in. On the bottom side, Ashen One's countering. But final exam, they're ignoring. They're going for home goals.
Yeah, they're just going to walk in, score some more points. Only 183 so far for Ashen, so they're going to have to score a lot of points if they want to come back, and there's just not going to be enough time. They do get a couple more at the end, but here comes the rest of the squad. Final exam blows them up as Gengar scores another 100, shows back up in that bottom side, another ace to end it out, and final exam going to take your game number 1.
Okay, all right. That was pretty solid. I always like a good Gengar game. And certainly that one looked very strong here in game number 1. 7:59 233 going to be your final here. 13 KOs for MG on this Gengar.
Yeah, the Gengar is always one that's like kind of funny to see because we always think of Gengar as like not that good, but like it's fine. There's just like some players that play Gengar really well to where they're like, yeah, let's just play it, you know, for fun, see what happens. I think also I want to point out the Sylveon just kind of quietly doing so much damage in the back. 5 KOs for them, 10 assists as well. They were in every single fight, just dishing out damage. 65k. They were also tanking a little bit as well. Really solid playing from them, but of course, you know, what you expect, the Mega Gyarados is still ridiculous, so definitely earning that first pick.
I mean, they could have banned it. Ashen ones could have certainly banned that Pokemon away, and so they tried to force it out, and, you know, Final Exam was certainly glad to oblige. This is kind of where some of the chaos started. Insane steal there. I don't know what that eject was from that Vaporeon. I don't know if they were trying to predict where Hoopa was going, but didn't quite go their way.
Oh, this was ridiculous. Watch this again. Elo Poppy on less than 1 HP. The passive of A9 almost gets them, but they made it out of there.
Yeah, just in the nick of time. And poor little Vaporeon still trying to do something, trying to zone for their teammates. They still go down here. It's a good counter. Gengar just comes up just at the right time, finds some KOs, and I think this is the moment you talked about where they double-clicked right there.
Yeah, hand caught in the cookie jar a little bit for that Gengar, but I don't think they really cared. You know, like, part of the fun of this team is I think they're just okay with inting. Like, they're totally fine with it. It doesn't matter. They'll still figure out a way to win some of these fights. A little bit of inting as a treat throughout the game is not that bad.
A little treat never hurt anybody. We'll see. And this is a really strong play here for this Urshifu. They're able to they just Unite move. Just the Hoopa over there. I mean,
may as well.
Rude. It's a good KO. Good Unite move there. I think the 4 KO came on the Sylveon anyway, so still get the KO there, but I mean, yeah, Final Exam just kind of time and time again found just play after play.
Yeah, this was, you know, Ashen 1's kind of mistake push, and then immediately into Final Exam's mistake push. These teams just kind of wanted to fight each other. So they just did that, you know, regardless of whether it made sense or not to do. But, you know, that's a fun way of playing, right? Like, you're just going back and forth. But this, the fight that for Regidrago that really set everything up, Gengar getting a little bit more experience for the team, as well as the Regidrago buff a little bit before the Kyogre hit the map, but then after that, this is kind of the moment where Final Exam was like, well, this is the fight that matters, so let's just win this one.
Yeah, you see Alolan Ninetales Unite move, and then you immediately see Sylveon pop their Unite move. Try to get some healing from landing, so we'll see that. Alolan Ninetales just has to fully vacate because they are immediately just damaged immensely. And they go down, or Urshifu just kind of gets blendered once Gyarados goes into his Mega Unite move. I mean, there's just a lot of Unite moves that get expended all at once. I just don't think Ashen Ones is ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good engagement there, and then I think that the Gyarados went underground immediately. I think the Garchomp tried to Unite move, or maybe it was the Alolan Ninetales using it, but it didn't hit the Gyarados at all because the Gyarados just used their Unite move right back as soon as they had the opportunity to, so they avoided all that damage, and that kind of really started. It was the start of the end there for Ashen in game 1. So they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I wonder if they were gonna be. I wonder if what their plan's gonna be, if they're gonna go ahead and go with that first pick option. It looks like they're not. We just got a notice here. Final Exam gonna be your first pick again. So Ashen chose second pick, and this time the map is gonna be Groudon. So we're switching it up. We're not gonna let that Sylveon get away on 1 HP again. We're gonna make them walk through just a little bit of tall grass, and then have to go, and then have to walk out in the open.
Did you catch my pun there at the end there?
I probably wasn't listening.
Wow, you hate me.
Yeah.
When Final Exam got the team wipe, I said that they got an A+. They got an A.
Oh, because their Final Exam. Guys, did you laugh at that? It was pretty good.
Husky hates me. She didn't even appreciate the good pun.
No, I should have. I was like, I was like, what are you even talking about? No, it makes sense. Final exam, you're gonna get a grade on it. You want that GPA high. We could think of puns for this one. I'm a professor, okay? I gotta lock in. I should have gotten that right away.
You should have. It's okay. Let's take a look at the bands. Yeah, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, Darkrai, also Blastoise, Miraidon, Psyduck. So a lot of the usual suspects there, kind of those Pokemon that are kind of in the top of the meta. I don't think we're going to probably see too much different things going on here. Bulk, though, I mean, Mega Gyarados was on the menu, and they're going to go with that Vaporeon instead.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, maybe they don't think that Ashen is going to want to take it, or maybe they don't think that they have somebody who plays it, so they're going to take the Vaporeon away. I think that Ashen really liked their core of Umbreon Vaporeon, so they're going to keep the Umbreon. Instead, they're going to go with Clefable. And Final Exam was right. They don't have a plan to take the Mega Gyarados, so they can get both if they want to pick that back up.
Yeah, I mean, you're just leaving it for Final Exam, and it looked really good. I do like this Clefable, though. I'm not a huge fan of Clefable normally when it's picked this early. I think there's a lot of ways to kind of counter it. Gives you a lot of options to maybe find some, spread range damage that could kind of slow that group healing down. And also, I kind of think Gyarados works really well into that kind of grouped setting, especially once it can use its Unite move. Yeah,
we do have Eldegoss on the other side as well. Another one that Christian tends to play a lot of. Pretty strong here. Would have liked to see the Sableye instead. We're considering it. We could, but no, it looks like instead they're gonna consider some other Pokemon as well. Urshifu coming back out. Regular Lucario coming out because Mega is banned, but regular Lucario is still fairly strong.
Mega Lucario strong. Regular Lucario still pretty dang good, if I do say so myself. I think we'll probably use it for extreme speed. At least that's the way Plush has it set up right now with that full heal. Last pick, though, you have a lot of options. I would love to see a speedster here, but maybe the Lucario and the Urshifu kind of fill that role. So instead, Hyro going to pick that ranged attacker. It's going to be the Espeon. Not a ton of range for Ashen ones, but I think it'll do at least a little bit of a trick here.
But from what we've seen of Decidueye tonight, can you realistically get back there to deal with that Decidueye before it's really powering up? What can touch it? And, you'd think you got extreme speed, you've got Water Bear as well, but are they going to be spending all of their time up front dealing with this Mega Gyarados and this Mimikyu and have to forget about this Decidueye? Because that's kind of what we've seen so far with this Decidueye and how it's being played.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened in game 1 and 2 of that first set that we watched. So that's what kind of concerns me here. Like, you don't really have a speedster. I mean, we'll see if Lucario with extreme speed, I think that's probably the substitute there. And then Urshifu, if it's Water Bear, kind of does the same thing where it's able to kind of bypass a lot of that front line. So if they are able to get to that Decidueye, it could work pretty well, but that's a big if.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. It just kind of depends on who's getting ahead and how the game ends up going. So a lot of times it's that early game, but I think if we see a game like last time where, Final Exam just wants to keep getting in fights, then I think that they have the upper hand here.
We'll see if they have the upper hand in game number 2. Let's get to it. Final Exam on your purple side. Ashen one's going to be on your orange side, and we are going to send this Gossifleur down to the bottom path. A little bit different of a path here. It's actually going to be a 1-1-3.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, no. We're going to see, looks like Gossifleur instead going to go down to the bottom path, but actually go for an invasion. So basically trying to give up this top early path a little bit and help out the Magikarp later on. Like I'm going to try to send that Mimikyu up there to deal with it, but here comes the Gossifleur going for an invade. They will take 1 here from this Cubfu. That's a lot of damage from those basic attacks from Eldegoss.
It's very, very pesty early on, and they're going to take not only 1 piece of farm, you're also going to grab a second, and that is going to be in the form of our blue buff. Going to maybe try to work on this red buff as well. Going to see if Cubfu can enter in, but they're actually going to fully ignore this Husky.
Yeah, they're just going to let them take double buff on this Eldegoss. They're going to try to figure out if they can get experience elsewhere. It's a good start for Final Exam. Magikarp hasn't gone down. The Mimikyu has been able to respond in time. That's 2 sets of double buffs for that side.
That's actually really strong here for final exam as the 850 birds come up towards the top path. It's going to be a 4-person push here for Ashen Ones. Plush very low. Boosted attack from Eldegoss going to take out Lucario. Very low HP bars on this Mimikyu. Can they find it? They do find the Mimikyu, but they pay for it dearly. Umbreon going down and Mega Gyarados up and ready for him.
I think you got what you wanted to get out of that. You have your Gyarados now online. You also do see that this is the extreme speed Lucario here, so they're online as well, trying to get some resets on that move. And they do push the Gyarados away, but the waterfall will skate them to safety.
Yeah, Clef gonna try to get that 7 points in. Might be a tough task, but still able to do it. Another waterfall here as Eldegoss comes, joins the fray. Nice little Cotton Spore is gonna separate the two. Nice little E-speed play with the Meteor Mash. However, that's not going to push them far enough away. Eldegoss putting the pressure on with their A-button, plus just able to get to those Citrus Berries as Navashi on this Urshifu able to respond.
Well, Cotton Spore is actually going to be so huge. They can just threaten with that move the entire time with a big knock-up. They also have the Muddy Water for Vaporeon as well, so combining that CC just on everybody who's around, which is going to be a lot of Pokemon, right? Even with Espeon. It's still mid-range. It doesn't have a really long range like Decidueye does, so everyone's just going to kind of be around. You get a Muddy Water, you get a Cotton Spore in some of these fights, it could really go south quickly.
More circles, more better is what I've been told. Nice little Shadow
Exactly.
Sneak onto the Lucario, into the Shadow Claw. Lucario going to have to go near this Clefable just to make sure they get some healing. Final exam, able to survive that. Another Shadow Sneak. Going to miss the Espeon that time. And I think Ashen One's actually played that path really well.
I mean, they did send 4 up to the top path against 3, and Final Exam was still able to hold it down and even almost win it. Here comes the Lucario, tries to jump in. Eldegoss is going to clean them up. Cotton Spore hits Clefable as well. Shadow Sneak unfortunately misses her. That could have been a big KO following that Clefable. But here comes the rest of Final Exam. We're going to keep Vaporeon on the bottom path for now. Prioritize this Registeel. Easily going to be able to go down. They're not going to be able to respond in time. Is going to go to Final Exam.
Nice little attempt there from Clefable. However, it came up a little bit short. Another Cotton Spore. Going to prevent anybody from diving in on Final Exam. A lot of Spirit Shackle pressure is going to hit the mark. That one's going to connect on Plush. Almost going to go down. Going to try to go in with the extreme speed. Still goes down. Gyarados able to take them. They're going for the Decidueye. Came up short. Another Spirit Shackle is going to connect. And Clefable down. Or Shifu down. This goal zone going to get broken. 29-point overcap. Great map.
Wow, even trying to get the Decidueye with like an eject button there, trying to just dive past everybody on the front side, still doesn't matter. By the time you've... Oh, all right. They're just trying to see who's going to get the secure there. I don't even see who ended up getting it, but the Eevees just dance around it.
They were playing Ring Around the Rosie. With
Yeah, they were just hanging out.
I was like, wait, are they just running around it? They're like doing like a circle pit or something, I don't know. But we still have a Regieleki down in this bottom path. No one has really made any moves towards it just yet. Lucario just trying to hit this wild Pokemon as much as possible. Good zoning here from Final Exam. Going to try to get in with Ashen Ones. Espeon's going to look for it, but Decidueye going to be the one that gets it. Lucario or a cannon onto Decidueye. Mimikyu, play with me. Going to counter that one, but Decidueye still going down. Ashen Ones on the offensive. All 5 people pushing towards this T1. Cotton Spore gonna hit a couple. Decidueye still down, but coming back now. And it's gonna be this Mimikyu that's countering, pushing, getting 3, looking to get 4, and this Umbreon's gonna have to run away to T2.
I mean, great fight there from Final Exam. Again, you see Ashen One's tunnel visioning on that Decidueye there, and there was just so much protection. You see the Mimikyu come out. The only reason Decidueye went down is because Clefable lucky rolled fly and was able to get back there without taking any damage, but you can't necessarily count on that to happen again. I'm sure it will now that I have said that, but you can't necessarily count on it there. The Final Exam was able to hold on, even losing Decidueye, so a great fight for them. And again, as I'm speaking of the devil being Decidueye, they are able to get that secured up in the top path.
270 to 23, so Final Exam doing really well in this game, number 2. Get those level 11s that are going to be really tough to deal with. Groudon is going to be the objective here. 2 minutes until that happens. Before that, we're going to have a Regidrago spawn in that central area. Decidueye just working on getting their levels up, and we're seeing these back caps come in. 40 down in the bottom side from the Eldegoss earlier, and now 20 from this Gyarados. Another Aura Cannon from this Lucario, but no Mega Evolution there. Instead, it's going to be the Gyarados that's forced to Mega Evolve and try to come back up to the top, and mostly just to escape.
Yeah, I mean, they use it, right? And then the rest of the team can respond. They do have a little bit with their Mega Evolution, so Final Exam wants to take a fight. They probably could. Ashen Ones knows that here. This Shadow Tag from Mimikyu does hit the Clefable, but it looks like Final Exam is not going to decide to go for it. Instead, they go for the Regidrago, which Mimikyu will go ahead and secure.
Shadow Tag onto the Urshifu. Mimikyu not going to take that one. Spirit Shackle still raining in from the back line. Going to connect on the Clefable, send them back to the Pokemon Center. Now that's the green light for this Mimikyu to start Shadow Tagging and taking them as 3 members are down. Urshifu and Lucario try to penetrate this front line. Unfortunately, Lucario has met their demise, and its Final Exam once again standing tall. And now they're going to get a Regieleki.
Yeah, Christian just so annoying on this Eldegoss with the Cotton Spores, the extra movement speed that they get, really healing up the squad and just causing so much disruption. You don't really think of Eldegoss as a harasser, but that's how Christian plays it, and it's definitely looking really good here.
Good. 30 seconds until Groudon. Ashen One's going to deal with this Regieleki in the bottom side. Espeon doing a good job just monitoring that top path, but we are going to get a top Regi Roulette here for Final Exam. They have plenty of firepower. It's a steal.
Yeah, Reggie steal. Second one of the game for Final Exam. So they're going to be able to secure that and boost their attack and special attack for pretty much the remainder of the match at this point in the game. So Groudon hitting the map, both teams circling around this central area, but again, it is going to be Ashen Ones that has to make the move. But will Final Exam just go for it anyway? We saw previously Vision there on Clefable, hiding in that little itty-bitty tall grass, and Decidueye looking to poke a little bit, and we've been talking about it all game, but nobody can really touch Decidueye.
Yes, and just raining in the Spirit Shackles for free, getting healed up from the Clef. Nice little snarl there, but Decidueye sending Umbreon back, unable to use their Unite move. Now we see Espeon pop theirs. Mimikyu is going to try to put the Clefable to rest, and they do. Lucario getting Shadow Tag, getting chased down. Spirit Shackle going to connect. I think it might have been some boosted autos. 4 members down now for Ashen Ones. Got to look for the secure here. It's going to be clean. Final Exam aces that one too.
Wow, great KO on the Umbreon there with the Spirit Shackle. Before they even knew what hit them, they were down, and that really set off the fight for Final Exam. Very clean couple of games for this team, and they are going to be moving on to their round 3. Well, everyone's moving on to the round 3, but on the winner's side of round 3, Final Exam, very clean 2-0 here against Ashen Ones.
Very clean indeed. 390-23, another couple KOs going to be found here. Maybe at least just one for now. Ashen One's wisely going to retreat back to pad where they have a little bit of shielding. Some Unite moves going to come out. Umbreon hits theirs, but that's not enough shielding to keep them alive. Vaporeon, their EV counterpart, taking them out. Gyarados going to add another one, and Final Exam going to get some extra credit here.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was good, right?
I was going to make okay, so what I was thinking was and look at that math. They clearly got a good grade on the math Final Exam, but I couldn't think of one that was actually good. So that was good. Extra credit. That was nice.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't think of it until I started talking.
Yeah, that's what casting is. That's what casting is. If you thought that we know what we're talking about, we don't. We're making it up the entire time. Color casting for me is just making things up but saying it confidently enough to convince myself that it's true.
So true.
That's all. That's why Geminis make great casters. 980-23. Final Exam doing a fantastic job here, game number 2, to clean it up. Don't know why we continued to give them the Mega Gyarados, because that thing looked absolutely ridiculous. But also to shout out the Mimikyu MG. They played the Gengar last time and also continued to clean it up here with this Pokemon.
Insane work here. Final Exam looking pretty good. Clean sheet 2-0. Yeah, 7 KOs for the Gyarados. We gotta talk about the 5 and 20 from Christian. I mean, maybe not MVP, but in my heart, I think this
literally
was MVP. Yeah, this was an insane work from the moment that they said go. early on providing value, stealing both buffs, and like 3 of the 4 things in the central area. I mean, they were level 5 at the 850 birds.
Yeah, I literally did a whole spiel in the game about why Christian's Eldegoss is so annoying. But they did a fantastic job this entire time. So much disruption, setting the Mimikyu up for some great plays with that Cotton Spore. Vaporeon as well, working really well off of them. And, you know, the support player, it's usually very... you know, you follow what the defender player does, and then you kind of come in, support the squad. But it was really Christian leading the charge in a lot of these situations. We see it here, them being the frontliner and coming back in with the Cotton Spore, and they weren't even able... they were able to get the Decidueye here, but great stand from Final Exam to be able to defend against this push.
Really good stuff, yeah. It's 144 to 23 at this point, and right here, you think Ashen Ones finally has something going. They were getting the KO. They got it on that Decidueye finally. And then you still have to handle the 3-headed Hydra. You got the 1 head, but you still have to deal with the Gyarados and the Mimikyu. And there's just so much damage from Ashen Ones to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of heads, and Dodrio's not even in this game.
Yeah, oh, true.
This was another one of those pushes with... Final Exam just wanting to put, like, you know, they're like, well, maybe we're inting, but, you know, I don't really care. Let's take a look at this final fight again. Just the big pick from Umbreon, and suddenly Ashen just fell apart completely. Decidueye was just dealing with that bottom side completely by themselves. They had to push out this Urshifu. They were able to push them out before they could dive them while we were watching the top side. Oh. Mega Gyarados just cleaning them up.
Clean them up. Yeah, there's some mean moments here. Yeah, the muddy water into the Spirit Shackle.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, look at these. That Spirit Shackle hit everybody? Oh
crazy.
My gosh.
The Spirit Shackle the Spirit Shackle from hell. It wasn't the spirits, it was the demons.
The demons want me to hit the Spirit Shackle.
But the demons told me to hit the Spirit Shackle.
Okay. All right. Well, good stuff there for our round 2 matchups. We are going to have a little bit of a shift change, so we are going to get into our 3rd round matchup and then the 4th. So that's going to be it for Husky and myself. Actually, you'll see me a little bit. I'm going to be doing some replay stuff, so we'll stay tuned for that. But Husky, any final thoughts before we get you on out of here?
I think Decidueye might be broken.
Yeah, I think so too.
Decidueye might be broken. I feel like maybe we're sleeping on Decidueye a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of the night plays out when I wake up in the morning and I rewatch it because I'm going to bed.
Alrighty, well, you heard her, folks. We're going to take a quick little break. So don't go too far. We have the round 3 and round 4 when we get back. Hyde and Meowri are going to take you with those, but more commercials or whatever. I'm going to run ads so we don't get griefed during the middle of the next set. All right. We'll
Bye!
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers, Underdunk 71, and I brought a couple friends along the way. Jonathan back again, and Meowri, welcome to the channel, and welcome to Underdunk for the first time.
Hi, super excited to be here.
Always a pleasure to be back. Gotta do that as Sableye advocate. We got some Razor Desi tonight. Absolutely demonic. Love to see it. 2 more sets to go, Kyle. Could see some Sableye, although I doubt we will.
Oh, you never know. You never know. I thought for sure we were going to see, since we did pick up Final Exam, Christian loves playing a good Sableye game. Maybe if we see them again, we'll see that Sableye come out. Did a pretty good job of invading, so we'll see if, that trend continues. Like you said, Decidueye. We've seen it 3 times on broadcast tonight, and it's won all 3 times. So I'm actually very interested to see, like, the data on how Decidueye is performing, because last week it did pretty well. It wasn't like in that top 10, top tier picks, but it looked pretty good and performed quite well today. We are Underdunk number 71. We are in round number 3, and looks like we are going to take... Oh, I'm really excited about this one. Mostly because of the name. We are going to take a look at what does Meowth do? What does Meowth do? Crazy name. And then Hauntrix. Hauntrix, so not Huntrix, Hauntrix. So play on Huntrix from K-pop Demon Hunters and Haunter from Pokemon Unite. So maybe we'll see some Haunters. Hyde, walk me through, what picks are you wanting to see other than Decidueye and Sableye? We know you're a big fan of those.
Listen, all right. So some picks that I'm really hoping to see tonight there is some more tank representation. We see a lot of these Blastoises coming in, but I would love to see more Mamoswine being brought. Mamoswine is such a great Pokemon setup picks. A lot of being able to set up opportunities for freezes before engages. Snorlax also not a Pokemon that's been nerfed, but in like at all in the last several patches, but it is a Pokemon that seems to have fallen off in favor of other defenders, such as Blastoise, Trevenant, and Crustle even. So I would really love to see some Mamoswine Snorlax tonight.
That could be really fun. Meowri, same question. Any Pokemon that you're maybe kind of hoping to see in this next set?
I think that there are definitely a lot that I would be really excited to see. I'm always excited to see my Eevee picks. Maybe a controversial take for some people in the community, but I do love to see them. I was thinking about the Snorlax pick as well. I haven't seen it played quite as much as I am used to in past leagues that I've casted for. So it's been really interesting to see it kind of go on the decline there a little bit. But I am hoping to see maybe some Mew plays. We do see Miraidon quite a bit. And you do see that thing just put out tons and tons of damage numbers and provide so much support in that backline role for their team. So I think he is super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing any of those. But we always want to see the Espeon. I would love to see it. Don't know if I will, but
hey,
I can hope.
We saw it come out in an earlier set, so, you never know. We may see it. Let's get into our first draft here of round number 3. I believe teams are actually switched. Hauntrix is actually going to be on your right side, and what does Meowth do? Going to be on your left side. But already getting away, and we are going to see that Darkrai Blastoise ban here, Hyde.
Yeah, Blastoise ban that just means another opportunity for Snorlax, Mamoswine to come in. We want the Mega Gyarados and Psyduck ban. Psyduck is a very strong supporter that has been seeing a really big resurgence over the last few weeks, both in NA, EU, LATAM, worldwide. Psyduck stocks have gone up, so that is a respectable ban.
It's really respectable, and I think another thing that's respectable is this Umbreon ban. We've seen it quite a bit this evening, Meowri. I mean, there's still a couple of power picks here, though. What do you think, what does Meowth do with what's left on the table? What do you think you want to go with?
That is an interesting question. They still have a couple megas on the table. Mega Mewtwo, I don't see it doing a ton. X, we could see some of that. Maybe the other Mega Charizard there. Those are really popular picks. But we're gonna see what these teams come up with. They do have the Darkrai band out there, so I mean, we'll see. We are heading into and starting to go into some of our picks here, grabbing that tree and the Mega Lucario. That wasn't banned out. That is something that I did not catch there, but the Mega Lucario is on the board now.
Yeah, very interesting that we're seeing Trevenant. There's still plenty of defenders on the table, obviously 2 of them being taken out. But sorry, Hyde, no Mamoswine just yet. Maybe we'll see it on the other side. But I mean, I guess we'll see. I think this is another thing that's interesting. We're seeing Hoopa getting played a lot more frequently. Miraidon's to kind of be expected. But I think if you're Hauntrix here, I think you have a lot of options. I think this Mega Mewtwo could be really good. What do you think, Hyde?
I think Mega Mewtwo could be fantastic. Both Y and X offer great early game, great mobility as well. Especially when you go into the Mega Evolution. But we have Your Ego going with Inteleon and Toothless coming in with that Meowth there. So what does Meowth do? Well, Haunter X is looking to show them exactly what it can do.
I love it. I was wondering if we would see anything today, and maybe we will have that final question of what does Meowth do answered here. But I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you guys while these final preparations get taken care of. Meowri, what are your thoughts about these 2 comps?
I think these 2 comps are really interesting. We're going to be having the Vaporeon and the Clefable potentially facing off for those healing builds there, as the Hoopa might be taking on a bit of a different role there. But both of them have those stacking items there, so we might be seeing some big numbers from them. The Trevenant able to provide some really great CC for their teams. Whether or not that's a Scyther or a Scizor, I do not know, but Hyde probably does know. And we do have some good backline there with the Miraidon and the Inteleon as well.
Honestly, I'm expecting that to be a Scyther there. We got the full heal on it. We got a little bit of a stacking situation going on with it too. So full heal could be coming out there, or sorry, Scyther could be coming out there as well. But I love the Mimikyu pick. I mean, when you got Miraidon sitting on the opposing team there, or when you got Inteleon, sorry, like all the eons, Miraidon, Inteleon, all the eons. Shh, don't have it over the fact that it's just Miraidon, not Miraidon. But no, when you got like Inteleon on the other team, you need something that's able to hit the back line, and being able to go with either the Scyther or the Mimikyu into the back there is such a powerful option. You got that great burst damage with the Scyther, you've got the sustain type damage coming in with the Mimikyu Shadowfly there. But we're ready to go, Meowri. Is game number 1. What does Meowth do on your purple team? You want the orange team ready to show them exactly what it does.
We're starting this out very strong with our Vaporeon and our Miraidon heading down to the bot lane for what does Meowth do on up this top lane for Lucario and Fable. On this bot lane, we've got this little baby Sobble going for as many of these Bunnelbees as they can possibly get here. But we are stopped in that bush a little bit there. And we do take an early KO for the Vaporeon, allowing it to get some really early stacks here.
Yeah, for the side of what does Meowth do, that is going to be a really good early KO. We do have a lot of good contestation coming in from the Phantom, though. Nice grab, get those early stacks. Up the top lane, both our central laners are up and ready to go. Meowth ready to go against Mimikyu here as the 850 birds spawn in. Vaporeon able to pick up the KO on the Phantom down in the bottom, giving me, what does Meowth do, a little bit more of advantage.
Yeah, we are heading towards the 850 birds here. Both of our central lane Pokemon are geared up and ready to go up here. We are contesting this right now. Some big damage comes out on that Scyther there. And Meowth is taking no prisoners here, but they did go in a little bit far here. No, we're still battling it out. The Hoopa is looking at taking people back home, and Scyther is getting some huge damage in.
Yeah, Clefable is online. That means Moonlight in the pocket there. Mega Lucario looking pretty right there. But now Miraidon goes for the invade, gets the level 5, works with the Vaporeon to start putting pressure on Haunter X. Only grabbing the one wild Pokemon while the rest of Haunter X so says, we must protect the central lane!
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in for sure. They sent everyone they could out there to try to protect as much of their farm as they possibly could. Mimikyu's being forced back back Aaron Mack here. And Vaporeon looks like they're going for that Regidrago a little bit as well. Lucario up top, grabbing as much farm as we can as well. And we're kind of just waiting. We've got some scores going in there, though. That might be a big 30 going in for that Lucario, and not quite. The Hoopa's not really allowing it. So that Regidrago will be going to Hauntrix.
Yeah, Drizzle's still only level 5. We're still 2 levels away from Inteleon there, but we're keeping the pressure down. We're going in with the Trevenant, but the Scyther comes in for the quick KO. Takes down 2 members with the Mimikyu, and all of a sudden momentum has shifted back to the side of what does Meowth do?
Yeah, what does Meowth do? Meowth gets several KOs in there and has 94 points in to your 27 at the 7-minute mark. Heading up this top lane, grabbing some farm where we can. And Hoopa looks like they might be sending people up top to contest, as we do have our Regis up. So we're going to see what they're able to do in this upcoming team fight here. It looks like we're starting the engage, Hyde.
Yeah, the first Unite move's going into the pocket of the Scyther there, so trying to get points in, but Mimikyu falls. The rest of Haunter X is ready to go, and they're looking to rip, but there goes the Green Illusion die. We take down Meowth. We're never going to know what it does in this fight there, as the rest of Haunter X is looking to try to position. Hoopa Portal comes in, saves it down, and Inteleon's online with the liquidation.
They are indeed, and we were able to pull away from that. Regieleki is up top. We're not quite going for it just yet. They gotta make a liar out of me, though, with the Mega Lucario starting the engage on it. Regieleki's at about half now, and Teleon's getting some huge hits on it with liquidation. Vaporeon looking to maybe contest it, but it's just not quite enough. We're pulling back to our pad here, probably the safe move, as we do see the electric terrain go down from that Miraidon. Scyther and Hoopa are also applying a lot of pressure down this bot tier 2 for Hauntrix, and it is just, look, this team fight is very, very intense here, Hyde, as many ults are popping off there. We saw the Clefable ult go out, but the Mimikyu does take 2 KOs there.
Meowth was looking for a final KO. It knew it was in trouble, but Miraidon just too strong. The bright future Meteor Storm was definitely looking bright for the Meowth there, but not for Meowth. But what does Meowth do? How do you even come up with the acronym to say this name? You can't. You have to say it full on. What does Meowth do? It's keeping the pressure on. We got the Hoopa Portal coming out as Haunter X is able to keep them off their T1 pad.
Yeah, and we're looking at about the halfway point of this match here, and what does Meowth do? Does have a good level lead there on their Scyther against Hauntrix, so they're gonna want to try to get their Mons up as high as they can, but that Scyther is just huge. That is going to be super tough for their backliners to deal with, and I do apologize, I think I called them Mimikyu Meowth, but they are from What Does Meowth Do? So...
I mean, it's a Mimi Meow. It's Mimi Meow. As Mimi Meow collects another KO with the Trevenant. Haunter X is being put on the back foot, but the Rings Unbound comes out. They have the KO on the Miraidon there, but the Inteleon does fall. Meowth is doing everything they can, throwing the kitchen sink and the bathroom door all the way at the side of the opposing team, but it's just not working. The T1 goes down. It's 282 to 227 there. It's a massive lead for What Does Meowth Do?
It is a massive lead there. What does Meowth do? Still has all of their tier 1s up. That gives them great mobility throughout this map here. Such huge value in still having those there. Hauntrix is looking to start the engage here on this Regirock. Huge ults coming out. We see the Aura Cannon there as Mega Lucario is trying to put in some damage on this Trevenant there. Vaporeon ends up getting the KO there on that Inteleon. Oh my goodness, there are a lot of KOs going down, and Hauntrix is completely wiped.
The full team wipe there. Definitely not what you want there, but also look at the map, Meowri. There's a lot of dots here to play Pac-Man with, and that's exactly what Haunter X needs to do. The level lead for the side of What Does Meowth Do is just so enormous. 2 level 13s, triple 11s. Meanwhile, you've got 111 quadruple 10s. You gotta get that experience up. Let the Regieleki go. Maybe grab the Drago when it spawns in, but that's exactly what teams are doing, because look at those. As soon as those yellow dots spawned in and a little bit of breathing room was made, Regieleki's collected, but the dots are gone.
The dots are gone. Yeah, and they did manage to get their Meowth up to that level 12 there. No 13s just yet, but we are heading in that direction for sure. So this is going to set them up a lot better for that end game. But this Scyther is going for a cheeky 47 on this home pad, and they do end up getting it completely uncontested there, Hyde.
Yeah, MQL is on the run. There's getting chased down by Clefable and Meow, but sensing opportunity, here goes the Mega Lucario along with the Trevenant, going into the top, bringing it down to 5 points on the T1 pad. 30 seconds until double points. This is actually a good point total to have on the T1 pad. You got a Hundo Burger in, that puts an overcap up. The estimations on what the other team's going to have is a little bit wonky and skewed, but that's only if you're able to make an opportunity to capitalize on this. But what does Meow do? Quickly takes a KO on the Mega Lucario and almost takes it on the Trevenant.
They do. That Trevenant was escaping with barely any health left, but they managed to make it back home to tier 2. But they didn't heal up quite enough because this Mimikyu is looking to take some KOs, as many as they can, and they've taken 2 so far on the side of Hauntrix. We are going ahead and going for this Kyogre with Scyther starting the rip on it, but we paused just a little bit there as this team fight continues to go on, and all of Hauntrix is down except for that Trevenant.
Trevenant pots the X speed as weaving and going. We got the Phantom Force. That's not going to be enough to secure it. We could try to go for the 4-man 4v1 defense there. It does have the pain split there, but without the Kyogre's without the being able to grab the pads, healing, shields that Kyogre has canceled, it's just going to be a rough outing all around. 445 to 117. Well, all of Haunter X is back on the field. There is enough time to make a push, but they got to get the KOs quickly.
Yeah, they've got to get those KOs quickly. They've got to see if they can snag any of those blessings from Kyogre there. But we've really got to regroup for that. I mean, what does Meowth do is taking out all of the central lane farm that they can here. If they push in too far, maybe Hauntrix can do something, but it is just looking really rough for them. They've got 50 seconds to get over 400 points in.
The Gold Coin Barrage comes out. We're targeting the Miraidon. We're trying to get that low and taking it down, but the Trevenant Clefable is already gone. Now the reverse sweep on the Meowth. That's 3 down with 2 to go. I think that's going to seal the deal. Not enough time, not enough points, and too much distance for Haunter X to make a play. But that's the beautiful thing about this right now, Meowri, is this is best of 3, which means there is at least one more game for Haunter X to come back and make the comeback. And you know what? It's just game 1. When you come back, do the 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, do a reverse sweep for us, pretty please. It is always such content. But we are just heading into the end of this match here. Miraidon is being a little cheeky there. Clefable just standing there and tanking it. You know, it buffs up your tank numbers to just sit there and take that charge beam from the Miraidon. But yes, I am hoping that we can see Hauntrix have a little bit more of a confident showing in this next match here. But I mean, this was tough. That was 847 to 117 there. Inteleon wasn't able to pick up any KOs there, unfortunately. The Scyther and the Mimikyu were just eating throughout this match.
Yeah, they were able to get off and pop off there onto that Scyther and onto that Mimikyu there. So yeah, that's going to be absolutely amazing to see. This is a threat that Haunter X needs to be wary of going into game number 2, is that these pseudo speedsters are in the pocket there for what does Meowth do. And even if you ban them out, they're still actual speedsters. Meowth's on the table, Absol's on the table, Meowscarada, Pokemon that you're not usually like, okay, what's, you know, like you're not usually afraid of, but if you're looking for high mobility Pokemon with high damage output, I mean, those are the mons to kind of default to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, it was just a devastating lead at a certain point. About halfway through that match, the Scyther was already level 12. That's really hard to deal with. He had so much time to continue climbing throughout that, and the Miraidon was also providing them an extraordinary amount of damage throughout this match here. I mean, it was just really, really tough, Hyde.
Absolutely. But let's take a look at the highlights. And we got Kyle coming back to help us break it down. What's up, Kyle?
Oh, this was a rough one in a lot of ways, but I think the big thing that you have to look at is going to be MQL's play on this Scyther. I mean, just time and time again, just completely slicing through everybody. And there's just so many moments in this game where, you just try to get him down and it just pops off with a Quadra KO. And then if you don't have to deal with the Scyther, you have to deal with this Mimikyu who is getting a Quadra KO right here. I mean, it was just kind of a rough match for Huntrix.
Yeah, it felt like Mega Lucario was supposed to be the Pokemon to be able to take them on, but that only works if it's either keeping pace or gets ahead. And what does Meowth did a really good job of making sure the Mega Lucario was the one Pokemon they put behind.
This is a really good play here by this Vaporeon. And honestly, I thought this Vaporeon pick was perfect for this team composition because there were a couple of different times where this flip turn was interrupting Lucario. You saw it here, hitting them with a nice muddy water. And I mean, it was just time and time again. This composition was really, really tough. Like, you had so many things to deal with. And I think muddy water is really strong into Clefable comps and really just any composition where they're going to be kind of grouped up.
Yeah. And right down here too, Haunter X looking for position there, but they had the Mimikyu deep in the pocket, but not able to clutch it out. The reverse sweep occurs here. 1 and 2 more for the KOs there for that Scyther there. So absolutely devastating.
This is the one where I want to break it down because this is like actually a really great play. Mimikyu takes out the Trevenant early on and is in deep enemy territory. So you see this play right here. You're going to see Hoopa start to bring the team in or start do a little bit of a reset. They're going to Unite move pretty quickly, but Lucario pops their Unite move just at the right time and is able to get some healing and also able to take out this Mimikyu. Not before they get that Meowth, so Hoopa brings them in. But look at this play once again. MQL went on the Scyther, sees some targets in his vision, and sees specifically this Inteleon. So Inteleon goes into its Unite move. MQL is looking for a way in and just absolutely obliterates. He hits this Unite move right at the right moment and essentially deletes 1, 2 with that move. And then immediately the third goes down. And that was pretty much it from that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Haunter X was really struggling against it. That's what the speedsters, the pseudo speedsters are there for. But we're back with game number 2. Haunter X going to be in first pick. And the map, we're going back to the currently ranked OG, Kyogre.
Yeah, we are going to see us heading back into that Kyogre map here. It looks like we're going for the Blastoise and the Psyduck ban on the side of Huntrix, as well as Darkrai and Mega Charizard Y from What Does Meowth Do?
I'm just saying, like, Big Omega, don't be teasing me like that. If you showing that, commit to it. All right? But Mega Gyarados gone, Mega Charizard Y gone, ball in the park. Aaron Mack has the opportunity to ban out this Mega Lucario. Haunter X, we're doing some pretty good things with it, but what does Meowth do? Just says, nah, we're going to ban out the most powerful Pokemon? Nothing. The only thing he banned out 6 times.
Absolutely. And Huntrix was saying, we're not a big fan of these water types here, but we are a fan of Vaporeon. Vaporeon was doing some really important work there in that last game with that Disruptor move set, as we saw in the previous game, and was highlighted a little bit for us, which is super fun. Love that. Mega Lucario and Miraidon are grabbed by What Does Meowth Do? Those two, oh my goodness, that's going to be really tough. MQL grabbing the Mega Lucario is going to be really tough to deal with. I think we'll see what Huntrix is able to do to try to counter that.
I mean, Mega Lucario was one of the problematic Pokemon in the pocket of Hunter X. So, what's one way to just cripple them is to take it away, force them out of their comfort zone to play something else. Their response, Machamp, great tanking Pokemon, being able to come in that's being played like that. Great stuns with the submission. Pair that with the Vaporeon and with the Umbreon, and you're already looking pretty. And there's the Snorlax, one Pokemon off of Hyde's list tonight.
We've got our checklist and they are wanting to fulfill some things for us, so love that so much. Koopa being grabbed by What Does Meowth Do is going to be really interesting as well. Hauntrix is going for a Leafeon pick as their speedster, and they are also grabbing the Inteleon.
So the one worry that I have with Hunter X is like they got a lot of great damage with Inteleon, Leafeon, but that's like it. Machamp doesn't really have a whole lot of burst damage. What it does is it provides a lot of stuns, a lot of vision, a lot of control during fights if you hit the right target there. But it's not able to submit unstoppable targets. So Lucario in the power up punch with the upgrade, not going to be able to touch that. Mimikyu into its play with me, not going to be able to touch that either. So you really have to be on point with those submissions and figure out what targets are going to be. Even Snorlax in the block is invulnerable to Machamp's submission.
Yeah, no, that is going to be really rough. And we do see the Mimikyu have a showing again as well. And that is very frightening. That thing was able to really provide so much support to the Scyther and getting those KOs. So they're going to want to be very careful of that. Maybe we can see a little bit of counter from, I believe, the Umbreon. But we're gonna see how they're able to do this. I mean, it's really tough to come back from a game like that. I think mentally, get back to the drawing board. We've got to pump ourselves up a little bit because, I mean, it was rough. It was rough. What does Meowth do? They showed what Meowth do, and Meowth do a lot of damage. But we are going to be heading into our second game of this best of 3 set. We've got Hauntrix as our purple team this time, and What Does Meowth Do as our orange.
Yeah, match point from What Does Meowth Do. They win this one, they win the set. So Hunter X is looking to even the score and then eventually take the lead. But in order to do that, we have to go through a powerful lane of Miraidon, Snorlax, great secure, great pressure being able to exert it down against Hunter X there. Meanwhile, we've got Eevee and Sobble down there too. Sobble's got great secure, but unfortunately, it might not be able to be enough to grab a lot of these Pokemon outside of tackle with that Thunder Shock.
Yeah, Sobble has a great secure, but Snorlax is one of the best early game secures there, so that is going to be tough for them to kind of like face off in that way. But we do see Umbreon come online, which is going to be big for Hauntrix there as well. Leafeon's positioned up near this top lane pretty early. It's able to clear out its central area pretty fast here, but we do see Mimikyu up there, and they did kind of reveal themselves with that. If they're paying attention on the side of What Does Meowth Do, they know exactly where that Leafeon is sitting right now. But we do see a little bit of an engage here. Both teams are able to kind of pull away from each other. We did grab some of that farm there, but no KOs went out just yet.
Yeah, Hunter X tried to put the farm there, put up the pressure button. You know what does Meowth do is now pulling up that fourth man into the top there. So they're going to be looking for that. They're going to be looking for a grab, but it's Lucario that goes down. Hunter X claps back and says, "You know what? You're staying too long. Hoopa's gone. Lucario's gone. It's a Mimikyu in a dream." Meanwhile, Sobble's going straight for the invade. Says, "You want your level 5? I'm going to help contest this, and we're going to try to get my level 5 too, because I want to be a Drizzile."
Yeah, Drizzile is on the board, but not for long, as Miraidon does take a KO on them. What Does Meowth Do is does have a little bit of a score lead here. We are going for some farm. Regidrago is on the map, but both teams are just kind of seeing what they can grab. Not trying to push in too far, but JK, the Snorlax, is coming in to get a stack or two.
I mean, yeah, you got to get those stacks in if you're stacking a cookie, or even, God, goodness forbid, an attack weight on a Snorlax there. I don't think it's going Flail, but if we did see a Flail-Lax, I think that could have been it. But the Shedinja Doll comes out. Mimikyu dodges it. That's an annoying item on a Mimikyu, especially with that Play Rough. Invincible frames galore. What does Meowth do is definitely going for the tilt factor as we Shadow Sneak onto it, and boom, hit the Play Rough. Machamp doesn't know why hit him. Goes for the submission, but it's not enough. As Baltoy says, I can stop it, but Hoopa says, go home.
Yeah, thank goodness that Machamp was probably he's so scared as they were running away. I mean, having a Mimikyu on your tail like that, you're knocking out your teammates, did not feel great at all. This Hoopa is kind of a menace, though, but not for long, as Inteleon is now online, and it looks like they're running the Snipe Shot build.
Yeah, between the invincibility frames on Mimikyu, the portals being able to constantly shift players between the home pad and into and in battle there, being able to get full heals back up to full HP. Like, what does Meowth do is really going all in on this. Like, you have to take these fights there in an incredibly bursty way, which Haunter X just doesn't have. They need to get all their Pokemon online. They need to get their Unite moves in the pocket there. And what does Meowth do? Meowth secures the Regieleki with the Mega Lucario.
Well, the name is just so good for content. It's amazing. 20 points go in there from that Mimikyu there, though. And what does Meowth do? Has the Regieleki heading towards Hauntrix's top tier 2 goal zone as well. Really great to keep them occupied as we go for farm. Mega Lucario does set out their Aura Cannon there. They do take a lot of damage, though, and we are trying to pull away from this Leafeon.
Leafeon senses the KO, though, is looking to hunt it down. The Razor Leaf comes in. The Emerald Two-Step comes out. That was a KO well worth it in their eyes because it opens the pad up for scoring, which means crucial stacks the Leafeon wasn't able to get early on. We're trying to block the pad from getting hit there. Inteleon does a couple of good snipe shots there, but the Miraidon, despite getting hit, breaks the pad and puts, what does Meowth do at 199 to 66?
Yeah, Leafeon trying to get a 7 on this goal zone, but Snorlax doesn't want them to, but they do manage to get it anyways. Wish on that Leafeon as they are running away. The Machamp does end up going down, which is huge. A heavy slam in on the Umbreon, forcing them to pull away as far as they can. Just kind of a little bit of a distraction here from the rest of their teammates as they do get some scores in down this bot lane.
The Mimikyu is definitely one of the strongest picks here for what does Meowth do, and being able to be versatile and the damage output and everything that it's being able to do. And they've definitely done what they need to do. They've locked down those invincibility frames. The Barrage Blow comes out, but it misses to no one's surprise. But we grab the KO on the Lucario. We're looking for the Mimikyu, and there it is. 2 KO streak for the Leafeon there, as we're now collapsing on Regieleki, spawning in 10 seconds.
And you know, this is why the walls up here in Thea Sky Ruins are in fact ruins. It's because of the Talonflames and the Machamps hitting their ults on them. But up this top lane, we do have Regieleki. It's going down quick here, and we do see the secure from the Miraidon on what does Meowth do. That Bright Future Meteor Storm is coming out. The Inteleon's down 2 KO streak for this Miraidon as we are pushing onto this tier 2.
Mega Lucario's looking really good here as the rings come unbound, come out, teleporting everyone up. We break the pad, and we do have a potential Regieleki win condition going straight to the home pad in 2 minutes. So that's something Haunter X needs to watch out for, as what does Meowth do? Just completely takes control of their central real estate.
Yeah, they do indeed. We've got a Reggie down this bot lane, but neither team seems like they're super interested in it. They gotta make a liar out of me. It looks like the Miraidon is going ahead and going for the rip on it potentially. But we do see this Machamp in this middle area here fighting against this Luca. Well, they can, but we're not super committed to that at the moment. I mean, we are about a minute away from our final objective. Well, we want this Regirock. We want as many points in as we can at this point. 153 to 309, Hyde.
Yeah, definitely a different game points-wise for the side of Haunter X. We're going for the quick grab onto that Miraidon. That's fantastic. That means it will no longer have that defense, special defense buff going into the Kyogre fight. Regirock might only last 90 seconds, might go team wide, but you got to survive to have it for the full allotment, because the moment you get KO'd, that blessing falls off, and Regirock just says, you should have stayed up.
Yeah, we've got this Regieleki up in like 25 seconds. We'll see if they want to actually go for that or not. There might not be quite enough time. But, the Kyogre will be spawning. Looking at the levels, this Leafeon is leading the pack at level 14 there. What does Meowth do? Has some good leveling on their side as well. But we'll see if Huntrix is going to be able to make this a little bit different from their last game there. What does Meowth do? Does a full commit on this top Regieleki. They want this win condition here, Hyde, and we are going to see if they're able to get it.
They had 11 seconds to do it, and they did it in 5. They said, we didn't need that. But Kyogre is now here. And when there's a Kyogre, the game's not over. So now our teams are looking, and Machamp goes into for the grab on Miraidon, but misses the submission there. We do have the Snorlax go for a cheeky block, trying to put some pressure in, but there's the Hoopa. The Hoopa's got the points in the pocket. The Rings Unbound come out, teleporting everybody in on the connected Regieleki. 153 to 523. Miraidon stays, but Inteleon gets the Kyogre. This game is still not over.
It's still not over. We've got a minute 30 on this here. Everyone is heading up to this top tier 1 goal zone there. Miraidon is down on What Does Meowth Do, and Huntrix is heading as a full team up to this tier 2. Tier 2, tier 1, all the same. I don't know. Moonlight Prance does come out, grabbing as many shields as we can. Emerald 2-step is out. The Aura Cannon, all of the ults, the Barrage Blow into the Snorlax here. Huntrix is going to have to play this pretty careful. What Does Meowth Do is fiercely defending this top pad.
They're using those jump pads really effectively to stall out any sort of scores and stuff going in. And that's great, but the KO now goes down on the Leafeon. Hunter X has now lost the momentum as What Does Meowth Do is coming back full force. Chicky Hundo Burger down to the bottom there for 353 to 575, but we still need 2 full Hundo Burgers and then a little bit of extra sauce on top.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful here. This Machamp is running as far as they can away. It looks like the Vaporeon and the Inteleon are just heading over towards this home pad, but the Mimikyu was there to meet them, and they were ready to meet them with their ult as well. The Play With Me comes out. The Inteleon goes down. This is not looking too great for Huntrix right now. They have 2 members up on this board here in this Umbreon. It might be cooked. It might be cooked.
No, it absolutely is. What Does Meowth Do takes this game 2-0. Ironically, without a Meowth used once in their pocket.
That's the irony of it all. What Does Meowth Do was showing us so many moves, but not with the Meowth, not with their namesake. But we did see what Mimikyu do. Does? Yeah. Anyways, 353 to 575 here.
I think you had it. What do the Mimikyu do? You know?
What do the Mimikyu do? That's the question.
Exactly. That's the question there. Eat, apparently. Aaron Mack coming in. Again, like between the Play Rough, the Sportals, as well as the Shedinja doll, it had the tools in the pocket there to dodge any sort of threat that was coming out from the side of Hunter X. Machamp's submission into the Barrage Blow, the Emerald 2-step, the Azure Spy Vision. Aaron Mack had all the tools they needed to go through it. We had the bulk between MQL, Big Omega, and a prize, be able to help keep that up. But Clef was putting in the work along with nearly their 50 and 55k heals respectively for a grand total of 105 heals for the side of Hunter X. That is nothing to scoff at.
That is nothing to scoff at, indeed. You know, you said Clef, and I was like, oh my gosh, they've added a 6th slot. I did not realize. Then I looked and I was like, oh my gosh, their name is Clef. Really amazing healing there from our defender and our support. We gotta shout him out every now and then. But
Exactly.
You can see throughout this, What Does Meowth Do was really they had a good point lead throughout this, and that makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. But we're back with the highlights, and once more we're back with Kyle. Bring it down with us, Kyle.
What's going on? Yeah, this is a pretty fun match. Honestly, Huntrix, I keep wanting to say Huntrix. If you haven't watched K-Pop Demon Hunters, what are you doing? It's such a good movie. But they looked a lot better this game. They had really good poise, and there were some moments for sure where I thought that they definitely had a shot here But man, the catalyst for what does Meowth do this game, you got to give it to MQL on this Mega Lucario. Time and time again, showed up, and not enough love to this Hoopa, getting them out of some pretty sticky situations.
Yeah, that Hoopa was nasty this round. Like, it was pretty good last round too, but this round was especially. You could tell that there was a little bit of frustration. The mental game was a little bit more off because, again, combined between Play Rough, Shedinja Doll, and the Hoopa portals, it was just so hard to lock down that Mimikyu, which was also a huge threat.
There were some really fun moments. This one right here, the Meteor securing the Regieleki for this Miraidon, and then getting a nice team wipe off the back of that Mega Lucario is certainly nice. This is a great catch down in this bottom path, though, to be able to take out that Miraidon. It was just like enough to get enough levels there at the end to, you didn't get to see some of those last little pushes, but I thought that was super exciting. That last little bit there, getting that Kyogre for Hauntrix, just unfortunately not enough gas in the tank, and Mega Lucario. I mean, again, cannot say enough about what this Pokemon does at that top path on that tier 2 push, being able to Mega Evolve, hit a lot of Pokemon with that AoE, and then even in the same vein, hitting with those close combats, get some self-sustain with that, and there's dishing out a ton of damage. So yeah, pretty good stuff there for what that Meowth do, or what does Meowth do. I think that's probably what they were trying to do. By the way, I said it anyway. By the way, yeah, Underdunk 71, we are going to be getting on with our next round. Actually, potentially, we're going to have a game 3 of another set, but before that, we are going to take a quick little break, get everybody a quick bit of water before we go ahead and do that. So don't go too far, folks. Underdunk 71. We'll be back very, very soon.
Welcome back, gamers, to our second little bit of games tonight. We are going to be looking at Ashen Ones versus actual trash. I love the team names that they're coming up with. Like, we have what does the Meowth say? What does the Meowth do? It do a lot, apparently. And then we've got actual trash. So we'll see if they play like their namesake. I am joined once again by Hyde here, and we are heading on into our band phase.
What's up, man? We saw an awesome set earlier tonight between Ashen Ones and Final Exam. Now we're going into a game 3 situation where Ashen Ones going up against actual trash. Meowth banned off the table along with Vaporeon, Charizard Y, and possibly, no, not possibly, definitely a Blastoise.
Yeah, we do see that going on here. Ashen Ones might be looking at taking the Miraidon off the table. I think that is a fair and valid ban. That thing is a menace amongst the attackers currently. But actual trash is looking at the Mega Gyarados. ban. Very valid. When that thing starts to go off, everyone needs to run. And actual trash, actually, they're responsible. They have a trash bag. They clean up their trash as well. I like that.
Listen, I just want to say, Blissey, Decidueye, Sableye, Tyranitar, these are all picks that are on the field right now. And they're actually... And Ashen Ones does run a Tyranitar, and it's a pretty mean one, too. So the possibility for Tyranitar to appear here is not zero, but I'm still looking for that Mamoswine game. So hopefully one of these teams will bring it in as we get Mega Lucario locked in with a nasty Hoopa combo that we just saw last game just absolutely demolish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost like, am I dreaming? Is it happening again? It is indeed happening again, and we are in the present currently. The Umbreon and the Psyduck do get grabbed by Ashen Ones. Psyduck is such a phenomenal support right now. I mean, it has seen tons of play, but we do see Ashen Ones go ahead and go for the Urshifu pick next.
Ooh, yeah, we do know that they got Urshifu there on Navashi, one of their staple Pokemon that they bring in. I believe this could be a Water Bear coming in, especially with the Abrasive there, but you never really know what it could be coming in. But meanwhile, we've got Gorilla Glue bringing in the Snorlax and Bad Boy Rod coming in with the Pikachu. Remember, guys, this is not the Raichu. This is the OG Pikachu.
This is the OG mascot of the franchise, Pikachu right here. Not an Alolan Pikachu, the Kanto one. We do see Ashen Ones go ahead and grab the Buzzwole and the Suicune. Oh, it's getting late. We're getting silly. The Blaziken is also coming out from actual trash.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna bring out a cosplayer, Blaziken's gonna be your guy. All
Oh
right,
my
it's
goodness.
just a cosplaying guy. It's just a man cosplaying in a bird costume. It's not an actual bird. I don't care what the talons and the beak says. It's just a cosplay. But Buzzwole is ready to put that cosplay to the test by coming in with the muscles. Lots of superpower action, lots of flailing around, or grab with that. What do you want to call it? Leech life. That's right. Getting on there and being able to drain that HP away from its target, sustaining yourself even further. With Hyro on the Suicune there. Lots of stuns, lots of CC coming out there. Not a whole lot of Pokemon able to pivot away from it, though.
Yeah, and you know, Ashen Ones, I kind of wonder about their ability to poke from that back line there. I mean, they've got a lot of in-your-face going on, but the back line, I wonder. I wonder. I like the name Gorilla Glue a lot. I'm liking actual Trash's vibe here. I enjoy it. I'm an enjoyer of what's happening over there.
Listen, I mean, I think we know their favorite brand of glue is Gorilla Glue. We got another glue sniffer around here somewhere as well, getting in the back lines, sometimes making an appearance, but they're not here tonight. So Ashen Ones versus actual trash. Ashen Ones, your purple team. Actual trash, your orange team. As we get game number 3 underway.
We do see the Buzzwole and the Psyduck head up this top lane. Psyduck might going for an invade or potential protect from this invade as they correctly anticipated this Hoopa is looking hungrily at the poor little Cubfoo's central area here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's the one thing about a Cubfoo is it's always going to be ripe for invasion there. Snorlax coming in, taking the Escavalier, being able to be like, you know what? That's my red buff. I get to slow people down now. We're going to play at Snorlax's pace, which isn't very fast.
The baby bear is going to be hungry. Someone give him a snack, please. The Suicune and this Umbreon are going for some little scores down here on this bot lane. Buzzwole's getting some uncontested score in there as well. Here, Combuskin looking to punish, though, as Buzzwole's forced to pull away.
Hoopa's giving pursuit, though, looking for the KO as Buzzwole's looking to grab that level 5. Natus could be the way to do it there, but we miss out on one of them. Buzzwole getting 2, Hoopa getting 1. going for a dive on the KO there, missed the fell stinger. Psyduck's going to come down and start trying to zone for Buzzwole, making sure they don't get the KO there, but we are getting chased down by the Mega Lucario. 850 birds are gone, but the portals are here. We deny the Hoopa going in as a big KO comes in for the side of Ashen Ones.
Yeah, we did see a big KO there. And the Buzzwole did get their level 5 there as well. This Pikachu throwing some zaps in there on the Umbreon and the Suicune as well. Looks like they're going for more of that mage build there. But we do see we are kind of contesting these Natus a little bit. Once again, Buzzwole is seeing if they can go ahead and grab their level 6, and they do, once again, applying a lot of pressure to this top lane.
They superpower the Lucarios. They dive in to try to get the last hit. Snorlax coming up to do a great zone as Hoopa's putting pressure from behind. Low HP on the Pokemon there as the portals come out. Mega Lucario not able to find the connection there. Buzzwole gets the KO. The Beast Boost is max power, but we missed the grab on Snorlax there. We have to retreat. Well, no ways, we risk the KO of that, but the Urshifu's diving in. Ashen Ones is keeping the pressure on, but Hoopa's backing away, opening an opportunity for scores to come in. No, says Mega Lucario.
No, indeed. And we are not going for the Water Bear build this time. Looks like we're going for that Dark Bear move set there on that Urshifu. The Psyduck's getting caught out, though, as Snorlax does take the KO, and Actual Trash is going for an actual push on this top tier 1.
Yeah, dangerous combo here from the Blaziken now. Level 8, got the whole Wombo combo on board, but it's not going to care by the Umbreon. Umbreon says, Wombo combo all you want, you're going down regardless. We get the foul play going in. Huge grab. 3 players picked up with that foul play. Look for the KO. We just narrowly missed it on the Hoopa as the Hoopa's looking to come back the long way through the Flux Zone.
Yeah, Ashen One's kind of turning it back around, but Actual Trash has a lot up here to meet them now, so we are going ahead and pulling away from this. Umbreon managing to survive with Snarl and Foul Play. Reggie sitting at half health here, so a lot of back and forth going on here. We'll see who's able to go ahead and get that secure on that Reggie. It does end up going to Actual Trash's Lucario.
Yeah, Mega Lucario, such a strong pick there as well. Buzzwole going to be very low. Used to the Snorlax to get the KO on the Hoopa. Is that cannibalism? Like, what's going on? Is that friendly fire? I don't know. But it's 3 members of Ashen Ones down as Actual Trash is pushing this pad here. Look for scores however they can. Blaziken getting griefed by the ball toy. The Actual Trash has to say, you know what? This guy's got to go. Our Blaze needs that 40 cap in.
Yes, they do indeed. That put Actual Trash at 117 to Ashen One's 52 here. Psyduck trying to contest. Oh, come in on this Lucario. That Ducky is having to surf away back down this bot lane, though, as we are looking at a Regieleki down this bot lane. They've just got the Umbreon and the Psyduck here to meet it. I don't know that it'll be quite enough with the Blaziken there. Yeah, absolutely not. This Psyduck, and they are going to have to defend against this bottom tier 1 push.
Those 550 birds came out, and the side of Ashen Ones wanted it. Buzzwole's going deep and uses the Super Swole Slam to get on top of that Pikachu. The rest of Actual Trash trying to collapse on it, but the Urshifu dives in to go in with it. Straight into the Flux Zone they go. Meanwhile, Hoopa's very low. The Ring's Unbound, not quite in the pocket for them yet. As the rest of it, but there it goes. Just as I said, they tick into 9. The Ring's Unbound come out. That means the rest of Actual Trash is coming down. Psyduck is gone. The Buzzwole's looking for the KO on the Suicune, but no, they're able to sweep it back with the Mega Lucario.
Hyde, I'm crazy. That's a Water Bear. Oh my goodness. Anyways, the Buzzwole is down, the Urshifu is down, and so is the Suicune. I mean, Actual Trash really turned this around on Ashen Ones at about the halfway point through this match here. And up this top lane, we will have another Reggie spawn in. I mean, they're doing a really fantastic job with what they have here. This Lucario is a menace. The Blaziken is hard to deal with as well. They've both proven themselves very great at grabbing and securing things away from Ashen Ones, so that is just tough to deal with for sure.
Yeah, Registeel in the pocket. That's going to last 90 seconds. There will not be another Reggie Roulette on the field. That really gives us a whole lot of time. We have to full commit to it if we really want that blessing before Kyogre spawns in. But we're diving in now from the side of Ashen Ones, trying to look for a pick on someone from actual trash. Snorlax could have been it, but the portals come in. And we're just doing this tiptoeing, this dancing, this prancing. This 36 points goes in for Ashen Ones.
Yeah, we do see that happen here. We're kind of dancing around each other down this bot lane. We've got a minute 30 till our final objective comes in. Huge heavy slam in on 3, though. On 3 as the Psy comes out from the Psyduck, as well as Suicune ulting there. Pikachu ulting as well. Kind of trying to pop away from this Urshifu, and the Hoopa Rings Unbound come out as well.
A few seconds late on that Rings Unbound. That's about 90-second cooldown on the Unite move, but they're risking it. They want to put it all on the line there. They're going straight to the wall and back there as we take down not 1, not 2, but 3 members of Ashen Ones to zone out this Regieleki. We wanted this fight, we wanted this experience, and actual Trash took it there. We're looking for this quick little snipe there with the SWAT whirlpool. We almost get it, but actual Trash secures it. Regieleki barreling down now towards the T1 pad, and actual Trash is not pushing too hard, waiting for Ashen Ones to come off the pad.
I mean, this has been a long fight here. We are still kind of just duking it out here. Snorlax getting another good heavy slam in there, kind of able to allow that Mega Lucario to get out of all of that situation. Snorlax pushing Ashen Ones towards their damage there, but it's not enough. Blaziken does end up going down, but we're 20 seconds away from our Kyogre spawning in. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do with this end fight.
Yeah, 10 seconds till it's there. We have Snorlax looking to grab a little bit of vision. Umbreon doing the same thing. Suicune just kind of guarding this bottom pad as the rest of Ashen Ones is looking to try to farm up those Unite moves, trying to capture as many wild Pokemon as they can. They absolutely do it, but again, the Hoopa does not have the Rings Unbound for this fight yet. They're still looking for the engage, though, as Blaziken looks to dive in, as Snorlax looks for the pick. The Kyogre's coming out with its Origin Pulse and just says, I'm here too, guys! I can fight as well! They're tiptoeing, they're dancing, they're prancing, they're looking for the engage, Meowri.
They are looking for the engage, and the Psyduck is getting pushed into the wall, but they do have a good amount of mobility to be able to kind of get away from that Snorlax. Luckily, Kyogre's angry. He woke up from his nap. We're kind of dancing around. We're looking to see where our next engage is. Buzzwole's throwing Snorlax over the wall in an incredibly dramatic move. They do come in with the heavy slam. Looks like we're getting started. Oh, no, not quite. Not quite. We're both kind of poking around each other right now. And here we go, Hyde. It is happening now.
Yeah, there we go. The Psy comes out as the Thunderstorm comes through. The Mega Lucario comes out with the Aura Spear from a distance of 1.5 miles away. But it's 2 members down for actual Trash as Ashen Ones is looking to collapse. But the Rings Unbound finds the Urshifu with the Mega Lucario. That's a huge KO for the side of actual Trash now. We have regrouped. We got the HP back, but Mega Lucario is looking to get really low. A huge KO from the Psyduck as they find it with the boosted auto coming through during the headache. Oh my goodness, now we're being pushed off there, and the teams have to reset. Actual Trash, 167 to 97, still sitting in the lead, and only 23 seconds left in this match.
I like what Ashen, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. They're both A names. Actual Trash up top and a bottom position, getting ready to contest any sneaky backcaps as we are only 10 seconds away from the end of this match, and they are leading. Ashen Ones is going for a score. They're seeing if they can do it. Maybe we can get something in here, distract Actual Trash a little bit. Things are pretty close, but it looks like there just isn't quite enough time, Hyde.
Yeah, there may have been a Kyogre, but the game was indeed over as they looked to grab, and great defense from Actual Trash as well. Love that from them because they recognized the time, which they were wasting a lot of. They had a lot of surprising bulk that Ashen Ones were just kind of like, okay, we can take this fight when we get 2 quick KOs, but we aren't able to clutch the rest out. And that's really crucial there because with the Blaziken still up, you can't just full send rip it because you risk the overheat going in on it.
Yeah, I mean, that was really a tough situation. They went back and forth for so long there. I mean, the Urshifu was doing work on the side of Ashen Ones there. Actual Trash's Pikachu there was a huge damage hitter as well. The Snorlax had amazing setups for their team, and I mean, I saw the Umbreon as well with the foul play doing some great work also. But Trash Bag, they were doing a lot of work for their team as well.
They were, but let's take a quick look at the highlights here. We're not going to be joined by Kyle this time. They got to go make sure some identity theft isn't being stolen. I don't know if you guys knew or not, but there's a real Lordy in this chat here, and we got a not real Lordy around, so we got to make sure that the real Lordy is identified there. So that's what Kyle's up to right now. But let's take a look at the highlights as well, and let's take a look. This is a really great push from Ashen Ones, but they just aren't able to clutch out because actual Trash was just able to come back on the bounce back.
Yeah, and I mean, you could really see from this just like how much it was just going back and forth between the two teams here. Urshifu is looking at this as well, but Mega Lucario there, Trash Bag, put the trash in the bag, but it wasn't trash, it was a Reggie. He's a good guy, okay?
But like, this is constant too. Like, this is what's been happening all throughout the game. Both teams have been finding the upper hand just for them to come back and just get the reverse sweep. We're at 5 minutes, 167 points. Actual Trash did not score a single point beyond this score. They didn't need to. They had stellar defense. They kept the pressure on, realizing Ashen Ones wasn't going for off-lane scores. They continued to play as that 5-man army, and it just wasn't working.
Yeah, it definitely just wasn't working here for them. And I mean, in this, you can see as well, just everything just going so back and forth. Like the Umbreon really looked like they were in trouble there. But I mean, well, they didn't fully pull away, but they were able to survive a very long time in retrospect. And this fight was just so incredibly long, Hyde. And it looks like we are just punching away at each other. Still, the heavy slam comes in. I mean, that was big. They caught quite a few people in it there. And Mega Lucario is... they're in trouble. They end up going down there as well. But there's enough still up from actual Trash that Ashen Ones isn't really able to capitalize off this a whole lot.
No. And again, as the timer's clicking down, we got Urshifu going top, trying to find that opportunity to get in there. Just not able to do it. And that sealed the deal for Ashen Ones. Actual Trash did a good job. Again, onto that pad defense there. And it was absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, I definitely think so. They will be our winners for this set, though, as they did take those 2 wins here, Hyde.
Yeah, absolutely there. So we're going to be throwing to a break. When we come back, we'll have another best of 3 set ready to go. Maybe this is the last one of the night. We don't know. Maybe we might find another game number 3 to clutch out the night there. But that means don't go anywhere, guys, because we won't be more than a moment. So grab a snack, come on back, because we will be right back. Whoa, we're back! Hyde and Meowri, more action coming your way. What's going on? Well, we're gonna figure it out. We got a final exam on what does Meowth do. So we're gonna know. We didn't study, but we'll figure it out along the way.
Yeah, I am so glad to see this name again. It's just so incredibly good. And then final exam. These teams, they're really cooking here in Underdunk. You love to see it. What does Meowth do? I'm expecting to see that Meowth do something with Mimikyu. Potentially, again, they did love that pick before. I'm sure their pockets are deeper than that, but if it's working so well, why change it, you know?
Exactly, but we already have Darkrai, Mega Gyarados, Mega Lucario, Blastoise banned. And if you look, pay attention, final exam has the player Christian. And if Kyle didn't feed me misinformation, maybe this is Hyde's last chance to see a Sableye tonight. So, final exam, if you're listening, I'm sending the vibes of Sableye your way as we have more Rhydon and Umbreon round out the final bands.
Yes, they do. The Umbreon, so valid. They're all just so valid. That's, I hate when people say that too much to me, but it's so valid. It just is. What does Meowth do is showing us a Charizard Y here as their first pick. Final exam going for Vaporeon. Little T, they're taking the Mimikyu.
No, a prize. Go back. Mega Charizard X, and then somebody else picks up the third Charizard. Triple Charizards, we needed it. You teased it to us, now we need it. Snorlax coming in, though, along with Big Omega on the Hoopa. Really strong core right now as well. You got a great poker to come in with the Charizard Y. You got a huge Disruptor as well on the Unite move, so play with me on Mimikyu is no longer this unstoppable Unite move. Charizard's able to interrupt it and cancel it, but you do have that potential healing or disruption on the side of Volt with final exam and that Vaporeon.
Yes, you do. There, we do have Psyduck and Metagross here from final exam. Metagross is one that I just feel like we don't see it too often. What does Meowth do is going for the Venusaur on Aaron Mac instead of the Mimikyu there. So I'm sure we're going to see them put out tons of damage. And if they're not teasing me, they just snagged a Sylveon as well.
Okay, listen, if you don't know the lore on this one, Sylveon is a really strong Pokemon in the pocket of Illapapi. So, if you don't want to deal with the Sylveon, you don't want to deal with that cursing sense with pushing your pads, because this Sylveon will scream at you. That hyper voice coming out, that damage does stack up. So, you have to be incredibly careful. So when you pick that Sylveon away, what's the response? Cinderace. You think that's going into the central lane? No, that's going into the lane because it's Mimikyu that needs its level 5 more.
I do know some very passionate lane Cinderaces, and it can really cook. I mean, that thing, it can still put out tons of damage in the lane there, and interesting knowledge about Illapapi. You'll have to take a look for this Sylveon pick there. But these teams they're snagging things from each other. They are not playing nice.
I also like how what does Meowth do sees the Metagross being second pick there. And their instant response is range. It's gonna be Snorlax kicking this off, and then we've got 2 attackers and a Charizard that's gonna be hitting from range to take it down. And Metagross is really going to struggle getting on top of these Pokemon because you got to go through the Hoopa, which could be a trick Hoopa, so that could be teleporting peeps all around the map with it. It'll be like one moment I'm here, boop, I'm over here. Whoa, you didn't expect it because there was no portal.
There is definitely potential for that as well. The Cinderace, I don't know. That thing excites me to see it, much like the Greninja. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so good. This is so like what my randoms could be doing, but they don't do. You know?
Yeah.
Like it's they're just showing what they could be doing. What does Meowth do? They have some interesting picks on their side as well. Super interested to see the Sylveon. I feel like we don't see that too often either. The Venusaur is also going to be a fun one as well. What moveset do you think is going to be running in that Compide?
You know what? Honestly, I forgot to take a look at the items. I was expecting Beam, but with the fact that you got a Mimikyu on the other team that's able to dive into the back there, and that it's a Metagross that's going to be gyro balling on top of you, could very well easily be a Petal Dance Venusaur. Giga Drain, Petal Dance, you got the damage reduction off of Giga Drain, you got the cooldown reduction from Petal Stance, so you can constantly keep that fuel of healing with damage reduction going, and that's a whole different level of sustain than what Metagross is able to output, because if you're only looking at the front lines there, it would be Snorlax paired with that Venusaur on the front lines there, allowing the Greninja, the Sylveon as well as that Charizard to start hitting from a distance, whether the Sylveon is Mystical Fire or more likely to keep the pressure on that Hyper Voice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're fed wrong information there, but we did not get a Sableye. Could you tell me how you feel about that?
I feel awful about that. I feel dismayed. I feel let down. I feel awful for being the sole survivor of the meteor crash. Like, come on. This is, because if you guys didn't know, this isn't what Hyde actually looks like. I'm just the VTuber for a dinosaur. The last dinosaur you'll never get to see because I'm too shy. But here we go. We're going back into the draft there as well. We had a game crash, so we're quickly going through a blind pick phase. Let's speed run this and see how many times we can get the Pokemon correct. And this also gives Hyde another look at these items. We have Incense, we have Spoon, we have Energy Amp. That doesn't help me at all. Although I'm pretty sure that does mean it will lean more towards that Petal Dance build, because with the Incense there, that is going to be massive curse applied to all the final exam that's caught within the range of that Petal Dance.
Yeah, and that was also, I don't know, like, did the game actually crash, or were they just showing you the fact that they did not pick Sableye again?
I mean, listen, when you see a guy down, you just got to kick him out more. You know, when you don't see the Sableye, you got to show him again. Hey, this could have been a Sableye game. They had the opportunity to show you it could have been, and they didn't take it again. Oh, Hyde. But there's still a game 2, possibly game 3. So we're not counted out yet. All right, we're not counted out yet. So there's still an opportunity. By the way, I haven't seen a single Mamoswine yet, which is a more likely pick. So come on, teams, what are you doing? Stop throwing.
Yes, indeed. We do have What Does Meowth Do over on our purple side here. Final exam going to be our orange team for this game. And, you know, it looks like Christian on the Psyduck might be going for a little sneaky, little invade into the other team's central area. Perhaps the little baby Vaporeon EV is looking at it too. No, they end up coming down, but the Psyduck is going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Their Vaporeon's looking to grab their last hit, but Snorlax gets right in there, right on top of it, along with that Sylveon. So great job from What Does Meowth Do. Psyduck's right in the thick of it there. We have the Hoopa that peeled off away for the Psyduck there. Still no points in the pocket, though, so not a single Pokemon captured for the Psyduck there, but they are delaying time, which is very important, pulling resources away. It's 1-on-1 in the lane in the top, 2-on-1 in the lane in the bottom there, and Mimikyu is able to be the first Pokemon to level 5 and hitting that central lane, ready for the 850 birds.
They are indeed. We are 5 seconds away from it now. Both of our central laners are up here, and they have spawned in. It looks like Mimikyu did. It looks like they grabbed 1 or 2 there, but there's a minute into the match, no points have been scored just yet.
No points scored, no stacks in the pockets there. That's going to be really crucial for both teams being able to deny it, but you do want the stacks going in on the Pokemon that are stacking. So we do have Snorlax, Sylveon. Sylveon is, again, going to be the screamer, because if you didn't know that, Sylveon comes in with a mean set of lungs there, looking to put everybody in their place with that hyper voice. Good, secure on that Psyduck with the Metang there. That's going to be great. They monopolize these Natus as well, completely zoning out What Does Meowth Do for any experience in the top.
Yeah, and you know that's going to be rough on that Vaporeon too. It looks like they are going for that heal move set, just with their first move pick there, with Hydro Pump, I believe. Reggie Drago is going down though. The Cinder does end up taking it. It goes to the Bunny, and we'll see what they're able to do with that. This Sylveon is taking tons of damage. 4 members of Final Exam are pushing in on this bottom tier 1 goal for what does Meowth do, and Sylveon is down, and Final Exam takes tons of dunks here.
We had that scores tied up for a moment there, 37-37, but now we're at 67 as Final Exam takes the lead, and we're almost going to tie it back up. 1 point difference there coming in for these points. So now we went from no points scored to almost even now. Hoopa comes in with the portals. The poor Batang is like, I can keep rolling, and Charizard's like, I'll just keep resetting.
Yeah, we've got a couple seconds until these Reggies are on the board, and there they are here. I mean, that Hoopa's just such a menace there, but there are 3 people that are on it there. I mean, that's tough to defend from. Charizard does come up to try to help, but they are able to get some little baby dunks in on this top pad here. Metagross is getting some stacks, which it needed, and it got to its final evolution. We are fully online for Metagross.
Yeah, Regieleki down to about halfway, but what does Meowth do is coming in to help zone that out. The Caution Compute coming in, picking up the Charizard KO. Mimikyu going on the Sylveon. Venusaur is taking a quick Cheetos and Mountain Dew break there as Regieleki is barreling towards the T2 pad.
Yes, indeed they are. I mean, that ult from that Metagross was huge, nasty, coming in, getting that Charizard off the table there. I mean, oh my gosh, that was intense. Regieleki being their next team member there. They're getting some good KOs, and they broke that top tier 2 for what does Meowth do. I mean, Final Exam is really putting them to the test here.
Yeah, 257-88. Massive lead now for the side of Final Exam. That Venusaur is indeed going to be the Sludge Bomb Solar Beam combo. So Hyde called it wrong, but what else is new? But that's going to be massive damage now coming in from the side of the Venusaur to be able to start sniping and putting down that pressure, because despite the fact that, you know, we have all this bulk on the side there, it's the Vaporeon that's going to be the healing set. So we do have the way to offset it there, but there goes the Charizard. The Mega Charizard Y comes out. We do have Regice falling to Final Exam as the blessing goes to them, and the Crushing Compute comes out. Huge damage. There's the Rings Unbound is gone as Mimikyu in Final Exam continue the onslaught.
Yes, they do indeed. I mean, Final Exam, all of their tier 1s still up at the halfway point of this match here. They're poking in on what does Meowth do's central lane here, trying to just keep them down as far as they can be. I mean, they showed us with their brutal showing of the no Sableye that they are ruthless here, Hyde.
They are. They absolutely are. And Final Exam is keeping the pressure on. We got another 10 seconds here until Regieleki spawns in. They rip this quick enough. We could have win condition right before 2 minutes, and Kyogre comes in here. This is not a position what does Meowth do want to be in. They shouldn't be asking what does Meowth do. They should have been asking what does Regieleki do.
What does Regieleki do? Because Regieleki do be coming at your home pad right now. And they also took your Mimikyu, and that's kind of mean. But I mean, we do see a good level lead on the side of Final Exam, a good point lead as well. They've got their tiers up. Like, it's just rough at this point in this match. What does Meowth do? Really does need to get some good picks, get some scores in where they can. See if they're able to catch out this Metagross here.
Then Rings Unbound come out, pulls up the Venusaur there. We get a catch on the Metagross there. 10 seconds now until it respawns back in. 19 seconds until a Regiroulette comes into the bottom. Final Exam is pulling the rest of what does Meowth do into their pad there, playing more defensively. Nice feint to get away from the Snorlax to catch. The Blazing Bicycle Kick comes out as the Seismic Slam Charizard Y. That Mega Evolution online, but the walls are not able to save it as Mimikyu is looking to get caught out by the Hoopa, but the Metagross comes in and says, "Not my Mimikyu, you don't!"
was super intense there. That Metagross was absolutely not letting you take their teammate down. This is the kind of team energy we want to see. Not even a single individual we let fall to what does Meowth do. But we're 50 seconds away from our Kyogre spawning on the map once again here. And I mean, final exam, they are looking really pretty for all of this. That Cinderace just got to that level 13 there. But what does Meowth do does have some heavy hitters on their side as well, if they can take good advantage of this Kyogre fight here.
Yeah, 20 seconds until Kyogre comes back in there. They are looking to grab that position to monopolize the Regieleki. Few more seconds until that comes in, but they're going straight for the Snorlax KO. They're going in, but there it goes. Three members coming in from the back line of final exam. This is a very dangerous fight, and this here is the Kyogre fight. Because when the Kyogre spawns in, the game isn't over, but final exam is looking to seal the fate. Venusaur is down. Crucial Compute gets canceled. Charizard picks it up and sends it home. Mega Charizard Wide is on the field, and final exam is on the retreat.
Yes, they are. I mean, there was a lot that came out there from what does Meowth do. They are going ahead and seeing if they can start this Kyogre fight here, but the Metagross ult does come out once again here, blocking off a good portion of this pit in the favor of final exam. And the beams are coming out from this Venusaur, but it's not quite enough as Mimikyu is just able to dive and KO them.
Yeah, 2 down now, 2 major Pokemon down, 3. That's all the damage down for what does Meowth do. Hoopa's trying to find a way to get in on that snipe there. Not able to find it out as Mimikyu collects the Kyogre, collects the Hoopa, puts the points in their pocket, and now final exam is barreling towards it. But what does Meowth do? They wave the white flag and say, go ahead, take game number 1. We're ready for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was really throughout this in the favor of final exam there. I mean, so like they didn't want to spend another minute going through the exam. We wanted to leave the room as quickly as we could because we did not study for that test. But, I mean, you do see the Mimikyu getting 10 KOs there. They did fantastic work. I mean, that is just so tough to deal with.
I mean, that's kind of like what you kind of expect from your jungler too, your central laner, and especially this player MG. I don't know what this Master Gaming fella is, but no, I know MG is actually a really strong central laner. If you're not familiar with them, they popped out a Gengar up against Ashen Ones earlier tonight, and boy howdy did it cook. And that's something that we do see MG with there a lot of, is some of these more standard picks. Blaziken, Mimikyu, Absol. But then they got some of these less known picks in their pocket, like Gardevoir, of all things. And then Gengar coming out. Like, what jungler in this day and age do you know has a Gardevoir in their pocket?
Not a lot, but they're definitely I could start naming people if you would like, but it's not common for sure. But I mean, final exam, they just got that really wildly. Looks like we're heading into the highlights portion here. There's Regieleki just walking on into this top tier 2, and snagging the Reg Ice here. I mean, this was just brutal for what does Meowth do.
Yeah, huge compute and crush there coming up from final exam. The walls being able to enclose 2 members of what does Meowth do as they barrel in and put the points in. This is exactly the lead that you want. But on the pushback here, Seismic Slime does come in, not able to quite clutch it out. The HP, the bulk from final exam, just too strong. They instantly lose 2 of their carries, conceding the Registeel to final exam.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see up here with this Venusaur tries to pull out the Verdant Anger here. It's not quite enough. Metagross does get the KO on them there. I don't know. I mean, not having that Verdant Anger during that endgame fight might have just been really brutal for them to deal with as well. Final exam, they just really did an amazing job here. And this Metagross has just been getting such incredibly valuable ults throughout this game.
Yeah, it has. Like, it set up the walls quite a few times during the fight. Right here, we do see the Mimikyu make it on top of that Aaron Mack there going in. We do see that Snorlax looking to try to find a way in, but the ADC damage from the Cinderace, the zoning out from the rest of what does Meowth do. I mean, we do see Omega try to go for the snipe there, but it was just kind of like a hopeless, fruitless battle. So not a whole lot to be done there, except start planning for game number 2, because this is best of 3. Final exam is in match point, and we're already into the draft.
Yeah, we're going to see what we try to do different here to try to contest final exam. Looks like what does Meowth do is going for the Darkrai ban right off the bat here, and then the Mega Gyarados as well.
Yeah, those are powerful Pokemon to get out of the way. Nobody's been wanting to face off against this Mega Gyarados for most of the night. Some crazy people have decided to let it through, but Psyduck getting banned, Miraidon getting banned. I like these bans coming out. What does Meowth do? Zero-Aura first pick. Send it. Come on, send it. Just
Come on, send it.
Don't worry about it. No, we're taking the Mimikyu away from MG. Probably smart move.
Yeah, and we saw Aaron Mack do a ton of damage with this Mimikyu here. Final exam grabbing the Mega Charizard Y from What Does Meowth Do, as well as Umbreon here.
Yeah, we are seeing Aeon Zero hover over the Absol as a prize looks to grab a tank. Do they go for Snorlax, Slowbro, the Vaporeon, Lapras maybe? But looking like we're going to see a Vaporeon combo coming in with a Comfey.
A Comfey!
Is this healing or is this Sweet Kiss?
It's a great question. It's a great question.
It's Valentine's Day in a few days. Just quick peck on the cheek every time you encounter it. That's all it needs.
I mean, they definitely could be in the spirit of the holiday there with the Sweet Kiss moveset. But final exam going for a Mr. Mime as well as a Gengar.
Yeah, listen, you take the Mimikyu away, MG just looks for any excuse to bring in the Gengar, and that was the signal fire to bring it in. They're like, Gengar time! Nobody even had a chance to contest it. MG just locked it in super quick. Christian coming on the Mr. Mime there. Interesting to see what kind of Mr. Mime this is going to be. Will this be a power swap Mime to try to empower the Charizard? Or is it more likely to be like a barrier confusion Mime? So to try to lock down those Pokemon. And of course, when you bring an opportunity like this, Elo Poppy's got to bring in that Sylveon.
Yeah, this Sylveon is going to be a menace for sure. I'm super excited to see a feature from Elo Poppy on it there. And the Blaziken for What Does Meowth Do is going to be rough to deal with, as well as the Cerulege. They're bringing out a lot of things I don't normally get to see, which is super fun. The Cerulege, I don't feel like I see it too often.
Final exam has a little bit of advantage with the range on the Charizard Y, being able to come in and do a lot of damage with that. But overall, this is a very brawly comp coming out from the side of what does Meowth do? Because we have Cerulege, Blaziken, Mimikyu, all rounders that love going in and brawling. This is going to be a brawl-heavy game for them. We got the Umbreon, the Vaporeon that's most likely going to be doing those heals. It's got the tankier version of Clefable, and then it's looking really strong here for the side of What Does Meowth Do? Because the final exam doesn't have much of a front line, and if they collapse, then What Does Meowth Do is just going to walk all over them.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we are going to be heading in to our second game here. Could be the last if final exam takes it again. Going down this bot lane, we have our Cerulege down there. The Torchic and the Comfey are heading up that top lane with Mime and our little baby Charizard up that top lane. Down this bot lane, we've got Eevee lane with Sylveon and Umbreon contesting these bunnies against this Vaporeon.
It's the Eevees galore. They're like, every Eevee into the bottom lane. You know what? This could have been a 10 Eevee game. Although, not actually. This could have been so many Eevees in this game right here. And we decided not to do that. We decided to only bring in 3, leaving out the other, 5, 6 Eevees that are in the game here. So I'm just saying, like, missed opportunity, but the teams know better, so we'll follow their judgment there. Mr. Mime, almost to that crucial power spike of level 4, picking up the confusion to pair with that light screen there. If it's that power swap, because you know it could be a little bit crazy as Mimikyu hits in the top lane.
Yes, indeed they do. They are both positioned in the same spot, opposite sides, just mirroring each other, poking in. Mimikyu knows where that little guy is, though, and it looks like they might be in trouble as the Sylveon does come up here to contest as well. The Comfey trying to jump on, make sure they stay alive, but it's not quite enough. There's tons of points come in for Final Exam, putting them at 54. The Combusken's able to get a good little score in there, but whether they make it back to this pad or not, that is the question. It looks like they will.
Yeah, they're looking for the pickup on that Charmeleon. They find it there. Mr. Mime, 16 points in the pocket, but MQL is just going to let it go in. They just said, you know what? I need to prioritize scoring. I need to prioritize stacks. I need to prioritize hitting my 7. And right away, 3 to 4 stacks in the pocket there for MQL. That's great to have early on. Try to make that 5 and 6 to complete it there with those Natus. So overall, Blaziken looking really strong at this point in the game with only 8 minutes in and Reggie Drago hitting the field.
Yeah, indeed. The scores are pretty close together at the moment. This Hyper Voice is doing tons for the side of Final Exam. Haunter does go ahead and get the Reggie Drago as well here. We are looking at 3 down this bot lane. It looks like 4 down this bot lane here. So the call came. We've got 4 team members. We've got the Zard up top trying to protect against that Blaziken. Getting too big with that Comfey. The Sylveon is getting a little 9 in there, and the Umbreon taking their turn, getting the 19 right after. We are up this top lane once again.
We decided to 4-man or 5-man into the top here, trying to break the pad, get advantage here. Mr. Mime's up here to help with that Confusion Barrier combo on the Charizard there. Not going to be too much enough to stop it, but we do stop the Blaziken from getting the points in. We got the bird coming in, but the Blaziken finally hits. 3 members now with Final Exam up in the top lane here, leaving that basement Reggie all to themselves for the side of Final Exam as we are throwing everything in the bathroom door and the kitchen sink at Final Exam from What Does Meowth Do?
Yeah, What Does Meowth Do? Getting some really amazing KOs here, though. Up this top lane, Gengar may have gotten this Reg Ice, but What Does Meowth Do did get this Regieleki. It is rapidly approaching this pad here. They're able to get it to break and go ahead and try to start pushing that Regieleki into that tier 2 if they can.
Yeah, Regieleki barreling now towards the T2 pad, but Final Exam is taking KO after KO. Sylveon, Gengar gone there. Mr. Mime trying to keep the defense up as Charizard comes in. There's the Seismic Slam. There's the Mega Evolution coming out. We're looking for the KO on the Vaporeon, and we find it there, but Blaziken clapped back and says, you came out of the sun and you should have stayed there. You flew too close, Icarus, and now you're getting burned.
And now you are burned indeed. That Comfey is sticking with that Blaziken there, making sure it doesn't go down. Mimikyu, tons of damage on this Gengar, and they do ult it in its flux zone. Disrespect. But what a play there, getting them knocked out and huge damage on this Umbreon as well.
What Does Meowth Do's done a really good job of playing to their advantage, forcing Final Exam to play on their terms rather than the terms that Final Exam wants to play on, because we have massive points coming, and we still don't have jump pads, by the way. We just put in 51 points into the top there. We have Charizard trying to zone out. It's not going to be enough. You can't even chase anymore because there's no value in it either. I mean, they had the healing from the Comfey there. But we do have a chase going on. Gengar's looking to collapse on the Blaziken Comfey combo as Mimikyu looks to shadow tag the Umbreon.
Yeah, they are looking to do that here. A little bit of an engage happening in this middle area here with Blaziken prepping to get whoever they can. But looks like Final Exam is going for this bottom tier 1 here. Elo Poppy with the big Hyper Voice, getting tons of damage, and Vaporeon is hitting them though. That is going to be rough. Umbreon healing him up with Wish there. The Seismic Slam does come out, but so does the Flowery Fields Forever. It's not quite enough with the Blaziken. The Umbreon is taking... Nope, the Vaporeon is grabbing onto the Vaporeon desperately, but it is not enough.
Massive experience swing back towards Final Exam. This is what they needed to keep the levels more evened out, taking the lead on them. double 11s, triple 10s, going into the triple levels, double 10s there. So what the levels are about even across the board here for the teams. Final Exam has the carries that they want, sitting at 11. Charizard, the first one to hit that level 12. Points, though, 239 to 173. We are falling behind on points. So now that we've caught up on levels, now that we've kind of evened the board, now we got to look to make some sort of push and find value under that T1 pad.
Yeah, we are looking for that here. This Umbreon might be in a little bit of trouble. Mimikyu is coming to grab him if they can. They do get a good KO there on that Umbreon. Ceruledge looking to grab what they can out of Final Exam central lane here. The huge ult comes out doing tons of damage, but so does the Seismic Slam, and Ceruledge does end up going down there.
Charizard just decides, you know what? You want to use your Revenant Rand? I'll use my Seismic Slam. And then boom! 1, 2, 3, 4,
oh
5.
My gosh!
What does the outdo is gone. 252 to 173 as the Mr. Mime looks to collapse 40 points for the 36 over into the top. Can we stop it? We don't miss it by the millisecond. 213 to 252. Final Exam is back in this match.
No, what a menace. Just up there juggling while their team is doing all of that, and they get a huge score in for their side. I mean, that was definitely huge for Final Exam. You could see all the value in those KOs that they got there, as they've got 2 members who are level 13 now. We're about a minute away from Kyogre spawning in here, and I think that might have been the thing that really swung this back in Final Exam's favor.
Yeah, this is really good too. We got 3 seconds there now on top of the Regieleki into the top there. 8 seconds until the Regiroulette comes in the bottom. This is kind of like a give and take kind of situation, but Final Exam is not letting up. Blaziken comes in, though, the huge wombo combo. Take a Charizard down as they're looking for the Sylveon now.
Yes, that is huge. I mean, honestly, getting the level 14 Zard down puts their levels back at a much better place there. This Blaziken always going to be looking a little bit nicer there as well. They get another KO on the Gengar. Also, this is not looking near as close as it was before.
290 to 213. The rip on Groudon has come in because when the Groudon spawned, the game is on, and here we go. The Mr. Mime showdown with the Moonlight Prince. Blaziken, the king of secures. The god of secures coming through. Umbreon is the first casualty of this fight, though, as we're looking to try to take down the Blaziken. There it is. Charizard finds the KO. There's the double there. We're looking for the triple. Vaporeon, every Eevee in the book except the right one, is on the run there as Charizard's burning it with the hellfire from the sky.
That is huge for Final Exam here. They might not have enough to contest this. The Ceruledge trying to get the 50 in. Umbreon is not quite able to stop them, but they are able to catch them in the mean look, though. It is very, very close here. If Final Exam can get one more score off, and there it is. That puts them in the lead, but there's still a whole minute left, Hyde.
They take down the Blaziken. They're looking for the Comfey there, but Comfey's able to connect onto nobody. They haven't found anybody yet, but the Mimikyu comes in, takes down the Gengar. 53 seconds left. They're not in the safe zone yet. Mimikyu has enough points in the pocket to change the score, but they have to hit the home pad. The rest of Final Exam just has to sit on the home pad and just say, we can't get caught out. We can't let scores in. What are we doing? Oh, no, never mind. There's a T2. What's Hyde doing? Hyde spreading misinformation.
That's okay. 492 to 501 with that one score. No more scores can go in, but they do with the Mimikyu getting a whole 80 points with the Charizard. What is going on, Hyde? We're 20 seconds away. Another KO, and it is so. This is.
That was really smart from what does Meowth do? They scored their points, instantly backed, realizing that somebody was missing, and that somebody being the Charizard. Charizard wasn't able to connect there in time. Holy heck! We're going to a game 3, though, Meowri! What a way to be for the last set of the night!
What an exciting game! Oh my gosh, this is too much for me at 11 p.m. at night.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm ecstatic. I'm excited to for all of this. This is amazing to come through as well. Like, we see huge damage coming in from the side of like the Gengar there. We have Seymour stuff coming in as well. we do have a prize. I'm interested to see what kind of healing a prize was able to do. Same with Big Omega, try to keep their team alive. This was intense right down to the final second.
This was so intense right down to the final second. I mean, so much back and forth. Like, you saw the Charizard on the other side of the map trying to get something done over there. If they've gotten that score, and it would have made such a difference. But 572 to 501 here. What does Meowth do? Force in the game 3.
Yeah, absolutely there. I'm excited to see what comes into game 3 because we saw the Mimikyu being picked away from MG on that Gengar. Now we saw the Gengar come out, pop up. It literally came down to the last second. Despite the 81, the 71K from the side of what does Meowth do. This is absolutely insane. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Big Omega coming in with 36 heals on Comfey, which is not a lot, but for a Comfey, that is a lot there.
Mm-hmm.
And a prize, only 6K heals, which means it was that flip turn build. And of course, 10 minutes into the full game, and it's only after the fact I realized this.
It really do be like that, though. And I mean, through our chart here, you can really see just kind of how close it was, and then how back and forth it was near the end. That final stretch was super intense on both teams. Here, highlights are going to be wild to go through. So many key moments. I mean, it was all floating around. Looks like we're heading on into the highlights, though.
Yeah, they're here, and so is Kyle. Kyle, give us the breakdown.
I mean, the first 3-4 minutes of this game, obviously a little bit back and forth. Final exam found a lot of moments. I think you always have to highlight Christian, just the amount of disruption that they're able to do time and time again. The Mr. Mime looked really good. Obviously, like Charizard Y, I mean, it kind of goes without saying. Definitely incredibly powerful. A lot of good moments from them. But honestly, this is a Pokemon that I'm really shocked to see a lot of. We saw it a lot last week, but the Blaziken coming out a lot looked really strong despite getting those nerfs to the overheat. So, I mean, it kind of came down to a couple of big moments here. This was a really good one down here on the Charizard. Obviously, picking off that Ceruledge, which was level 11. Obviously, taking that down was always pretty big. There are a couple like big back caps that happened for what does Meowth do. This was actually a really, really fun moment. Christian getting that massive overcap. But this is kind of where things go a little bit awry. Take a look at your mini-map here. Take a look at your win conditions. What does Meowth do? They decide to start ripping the Groudon, but what do you have? You have a Regieleki walking into the home goal zone. If they wanted to, they were already very much pushed over here on this side of the map because Mimikyu was there to unite that Gengar. They could have just full send it into this and essentially come out with the same situation, but it came down to this flip, and it was really close. I mean, you take a look at this HP bar. Ceruledge has to, I believe, Unite move there, but you had a chance here. Mr. Mime was there. Umbreon hit a pretty fat Unite move. Elo Poppy was there with the Hyper Voice, so there were a lot of opportunities here with a very low HP bar on Groudon, where it got pretty dicey there for a moment.
Yeah, but the Blaziken able to come in, secure it out in the end there. The sealing of the Revenant Rend on a couple of key players from Final Exam might have had something to do with it there, but this is what I love too. Final Exam just didn't give up. They said, you know what? We have the power. Charizard Unite comes out. We're going for the KOs, and instantly, look at that. The Blaziken turned into the Comfey, down into cinders and blazes.
Yeah, this is really scary too. I mean, you got some big KOs here, and at that moment, you had the Groudon buffs, but I mean, we'll see what happens in the game 3. This is going to be game 3 that will decide essentially who is going to be your champion, but you two take it away.
We will. The draft is here, and we're going with a Darkrai ban instantaneously, Meowri. This is Hyde's last chance to see Sableye in the game. So come on, Christian. Watch it through for me, brother.
We'll see if they get another tease out on you two. The Mega Lucario is banned out once again here, as well as Mega Gyarados. The Blastoise is going to be seeing absolutely no play, and neither will old Ducky here. Mimikyu goes ahead and takes a little heat as well.
Listen, Blaziken might have been the problem, might have actually had like some really good KOs and really good secures, but the Mimikyu was the oppressive force. Blaziken can be handled by like Gengar or anything like that. So that's something that you could be looking at, but 5 seconds to go. Nah, we get teased. It could have been a Dragonite, but the prize says we got to go Vaporeon. It's too strong to leave up.
Yeah, no, Vaporeon is definitely very understandable as an early pick there. You want to snag it as quickly as you can. Looks like Final Exam might be going for potentially the Metagross. I mean, that thing is nasty. That thing can be... It was a menace to watch through that first game, and we are grabbing Snorlax as well. I'll be interested to see... Oh, I was kind of wondering if they'd stay on the Goodra pick there.
I mean, this okay, listen, I kind of see a vision with the second pick on Metagross. It's not like a priority pick, but what it does is it forces what does Meowth do to now start taking into consideration range. So we got the Hoopa, which pairs well with the Vaporeon, which we have seen great instances of all night long from every team that's picked it up. Miraidon, though, has to be on that range there. And what's susceptible to range? Some dive. What's good in MG's hands? Gengar, Talonflame, even Absol there. So they have the tools in the pocket to be able to get to the back line. It's just which tool will they be picking up? Christian's locking in the Eldegoss there. Not the smartest pick in my books. I think it's Sableye there, but I'm just saying. I mean, Talonflame, though? Oh my gosh. Talonflame coming through. Miraidon is going to be in trouble, but we lock in the Zeraora Meowri.
Yeah, they do lock in our electric kitty there, so we aren't going to know what Meowth does, but we are going to know what Zeraora is going to be able to provide for their team here. Buzzwole getting snagged as that last pick there. And Final Exam looks like we are... I mean, I wonder if we're going to pull out the Sylveon again or some other big damage dealer there. Elo Poppy had the Cinderace. They had the Sylveon. And it looks like we're going for the Cinderace pick once again.
Yeah, the ADC pairs pretty well with the Metagross there. Lock him in with the walls, throw down the ADC in the Blazing Bicycle kit, so you just A-press them into oblivion. So we have really good stuff here from Final Exam, but that Zeraora Wild Charge, you thought Play Rough had long invincibility frames? Wild Charge is even longer, and it can jump between targets. So this is something that you have to be really wary of when trying to lock down this Energizer cat. And your option there to lock it down is the Sleepy Cat with the Snorlax there in the back. I mean, he looks kind of like a bear, but he could look like a kitty too. He's got the ears for it.
If triangle ear, then kitty is what you're saying, I believe.
Exactly.
If I heard you right. If triangle, then kitty. I mean, fair assumption, I think. So both teams have a cat versus a cat. I don't know. He gives bear, but it's triangle, so that means cat.
He's EP. Listen, I'm just saying bears hibernate for long periods of time, but I mean, they don't hibernate for nearly as long as cats, which sleep like 12 to 15 hours a day or some other crazy high number that's even more than that. So, I mean, really, who's sleeping more time of the year and who really embodies Snorlax more?
I mean, honestly, that's tea. I think you're right. We are going to be heading into this final game for this set here. It is a best of 3. We have this Buzzwole and this Hoopa heading up this top lane for our purple team. What does Meowth do? And we will have an Eldegoss and a Metagross up this top lane once they get online for the side of Final Exam.
Exactly. And before we take up homework at the end of the class there, you have one more game, 10 minutes to figure out what does Meowth do. This really is the final exam of the night. Oh, we did some wordplay.
Whoa. I mean, they've just given us such great opportunities throughout the night. It makes it so fun. Buzzwole forced to pull away from these Natus a little bit. MGO might be in a little bit of trouble there, though, as our Beldum does get a good KO on them, as well as our baby bunny. Our little guys are really showing off as they do get some really great early game KOs and some little scores as well.
We're looking for a quick point there, not able to get it before the Buzzwole just comes in and eats up both Ayot's energy points there. So Talonflame not able to get a second quick stack there. But 850 birds are up and they're getting monopolized here by what does Meowth do? But the Beldon comes in for the quick clapback, takes down the Buzzwole, double KO streak with the Hoopa there. Points raining in, stacks coming through. Talonflame Matang looking pretty good.
Yeah, you know, those lower to mid evolutions putting on a little bit of a show. They said, we don't have to be fully online for this. It is okay. But the Sarah Aura is going for the center lane for final exam. Elo Poppy going to be in their middle evolution. They're now going to try to see if we can contest or secure this red buff, but it's dangerous. The Zera Aura is just able to jump all over them and get a nice KO.
So on the one hand, we kept the Raboot from being level 6 and no longer being the Cinderace. On the other hand, we just gave that Talonflame massive amounts of experience there. So when we go down as level 7, Talonflame instantly ticked to 8. We're now 1 level away from being the first Unite move on the map. Strong Brave Birds in the pocket there. We got Regidrago in the pocket as well. Not the Pokemon you wanted on, because that Talonflame's going to offlane. That Talonflame's going to score.
Yeah, and the Hoopa pulled everyone away, and the Metagross was able to escape, but not quite. Buzzwole snagging them up, and Hoopa does take the KO on them. They have to prove me wrong, and you know what? I love it. I love it. It makes it more exciting. The Zera Aura is doing a lot of work up here, applying a lot of pressure up here to final exam. I mean, I don't know, it's too early to tell, but this is going to be a pretty exciting game, I think.
Cinderace is not doing too hot down here in the basement, the lane there. So we are going to see Registeel starting to get contested by the Miraidon, starting that rip there. We do have Snorlax trying to zone in, but getting zoned out by the Vaporeon, so we're not going to see too much action from them. Cinderace is going to pick up its level 8 from clearing the central path there, and we're going to move into the top for a 4v3 scenario, try to monopolize that Regieleki.
I'm trying to lock in for that final exam, but you're locked out. I don't know. Meowth do be getting objective, I guess. Up top, Regieleki is looking pretty low as Talonflame does take the secure on that there, and it's going to be joining final exam as the Talonflame ult does go through. What does Meowth do is Flux Zone there, and lots of damage going out. A little KO there. The scores go in. Bye-bye top tier 1.
They have the points in the pocket there. 40 on the Talon, 40 on the Cinderace. If they push this with the Regieleki going in, that could be it. That could be breaking tier 2. They don't want to do that. They're moving down towards the T1 pad, clearing whatever central lane Pokemon that they can capture along the way. This is now what the Hoopa, with the portals, being able to teleport down to the bottom lane. All of a sudden, what does Meowth do is now in the bottom lane challenging final exam.
Yeah, these names are just too good to not, joke about almost every time, I swear. The 26 does go in from top lane, which is Meowth, Zera Aura. And we are at about the 5-minute point in the match. The scores are pretty even here. We still got some level 8s on the side of the final exam, but, I mean, they do have a level 11, so do these things balance out?
They might, yeah. I mean, we do see that that Thunder Strike come out there from the Zera Aura, stopping that Metagross there. We have the Super Swole Slam coming through, looking to pick up a KO there. Not able to find it there as we're trying to zone out the rest of final exam, trying to get points into this top pad. Not going to be successful in doing that, though.
Not going to be successful. The Buzzwole is going to grab some more snacks so he can stay super swole when he needs to be. And, you know, we're kind of just pulling away from each other. We're farming. We've got our bot Reggie in 10, our top in 20. We'll see if they're able to go for that Regieleki then, but it looks like we want our Reggie Roulette down this bot lane.
Yeah, Regirock spawns in. The team that takes it gets the blessing of defense, special defense buff for 90 seconds. Miraidon's coming in with the bright future Meteor Storm, but there goes Talonflame with the Brave Bird. That's, you can do that all you want, but it's going to be mine!
It is indeed here. And we're having to pull away from this Miraidon where we can, because, I mean, that thing just does tons and tons of damage. Heavy Slam in on it, though. Actually, the Hoopa comes with the Rings Unbound. abound here. Tons of damage going out. The power nap on that pad there. And Final Exam does have a KO come out on the Metagross. Tons of damage pulling away if they can here. But, I mean, what does Meowth do did really turn this around on them.
Yeah, Final Exam was a little bit unprepared for it there. They didn't quite study enough, but the 50 points goes in the top to try to earn it up with the Regieleki collapsing 184 to 163. The levels they're lacking a little bit behind on the average there. They got 13 on the Talonflame though. Still at level 9 on the Snorlax. So they got to do something to change that up. But they do have even on the scores as well. Only a 21 point difference there. 22 for Final Exam to take the lead there. But what does Meowth do has been doing just enough to stay ahead.
Yeah, they have indeed the Vaporeon down here to try to protect this bottom tier 1, but scores are coming in anyways. The Talonflame gets a little bit of a score in there, as well as the Snorlax coming up with that. And the huge Talonflame ult goes out, and 3 members of What Does Meowth Do are down.
Now they just literally took the massive point swing away from them there. 253 to 184. 27 coming in for 211. Both teams looking to keep it as close as possible. No T1 pads are up. This is a T2 scoring game. Come the double points there. Level 14 on the Talonflame, but 13 on Zeraora and Buzzwole there. So we got strong showing on levels from both teams as the final engagement on the last Reggie spawning in.
It is indeed, and it will be a Reg Ice here. Vaporeon coming in on this Snorlax, but Final Exam has decided they don't really want this. We're just going to pull away there from this. It's not worth it to us, so Reg Ice will be blessing What Does Meowth Do in this Kyogre fight.
Zeraora, I'm wondering what the Unite charge is on it, because it doesn't have it quite in the pocket. And as I speak of it, there it is. Gets the Unite Unite right then, right there. Buzzwole and Zeraora looking for a deep position, trying to flank Final Exam as they're looking for a pit way into the Kyogre pit there. They're not quite able to find it, but Zeraora is right there. They see the Buzzwole moving away, so they're not really too keen on checking that bush, which is a deadly trap in that section.
Yes, it is indeed. We are dancing around this pit here. Kyogre is not aggravated just yet, but he's a little angies now. And then the KO does come in on the Zeraora there. And the Miraidon's huge charge beams are coming out there as the Talonflame comes and sweeps through. What does Meowth do there? Only 1 KO for their side, and 2 as the Hoopa goes down to this Metagross here. And it looks like the Buzzwole with the Super Swole Slam? Oh my gosh, he's slamming people and he's swole. But the Kyogre is very, very low here. Miraidon seeing if they can snag that, but it ends up going to the Cinderace.
Plasma Gale comes out and is looking for the grab on the KO, but the Wild Charge goes in on top of the Snorlax. Now the Vaporeon and Eldegoss are duking it out. Are they going to be able to find the KOs on each other, or are they just going to go into a heal-off battle? And there we go, another KO there as we finally take down the Hoopa. Sending it back, but Zeraora is going to clap back. 305 to 353. They're still in this. They just need more buffs onto their pockets. They're 30 seconds to go. But no. What does Meowth do? Once again, waves the white flag, giving Final Exam their final win of the night.
What an exciting game. Once again, if there's one thing we knew at the start of this game is that these teams were going to show off. 305 to 453.
Yeah, that is absolutely exciting to see. Final Exam's able to clutch it out right at the end, but What Does Meowth Do did not let them have it for free. It was a fight for every inch of the game, whether it was a clapback, whether it was a counter score, whether it was a refight or a reswing around. It was absolutely demonic to see, and you can see the work being put in too. A prize coming in with 57k damage from being on the front lines there. Aeon Zero with 67k on the Miraidon, and more importantly, only 22k damage taken, which is what you want to see from your attacker.
That is what you want to see from your attacker. That means that they were actually in your back line. They weren't getting up too close. We do see some big heals from this Eldegoss here with 63k for the side of Final Exam as well. I mean, it was a tough test, and final exam. They, yeah, what does Meowth do? Just was not able to pass it, unfortunately. I mean, you could see it was close throughout a lot of this match as well. Really back and forth with our graphs here, and yeah, I mean it was tough. It was tough for them throughout. I think banning out the Mimikyu was good for the side of final exam. They didn't want to play it. They didn't want to see Aaron Mack on it. So, looks like we are going to be heading on into our highlights, and we have Kyle back once again.
All right. Yeah, what an incredible game that was. And I mean, I loved this pick specifically from Final Exam. Elo Poppy on the Cinderace. Always fun to watch. Mostly because I love watching him utilize the feint. There's not a ton of players that use feint in competitive. A lot of times we tend to see players go Flame Charge. I think personally, feint's a lot better, but for some reason we just don't see as much. So I love when I get to see a good feint game, especially with how well they used a lot of those iframes, especially when you have something like a Zeraora or Buzzwole, things that you need to dodge. I think it worked quite well in a number of occasions.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rings Unbound, though, really clutching out the reverse sweep to try for what does Meowth do? Come back here, pick up the KO, and the meta grows. Final Exam thought they had it, and they're going for it. They just weren't able to clutch it out. Their main damage taken down. It's only their supporters there. Hoopa is being able to just survive on 1 HP in a dream, but Eldegoss denies it with a nice little clutch Pollen Puff.
This is where we start to get a little bit closer to our final objective, and we start to see actually some Unite moves get used a little bit early. Let's take a look. It was a very slow start here to our Kyogre, and I like this play here as we see the Talonflame kind of monitoring where his attacker is. He's not straying too far from Poppy because you know that it's likely going to be Zeraora that's probably going to try to go for the attacker, maybe even a Buzzwole, so you kind of see him there, and then at this point, we start to see them start to see a little bit of vision, and just absolutely obliterates. So Seymour had great vision, finding that Zeraora, and not only to have good vision, but to have that Brave Bird follow-up, and I think that was a good example of why you play Brave Bird into a Speedster, because, I mean, just the ability to take it from almost 100 to 0, very valuable, and at this point, it was a great job from Final Exam. They had the Zeraora still down, so they had a great little offensive push. They used Snorlax to kind of zone out their enemies, and this is kind of where it got a little bit scary. I think we're going to rewind here just a little bit to show that. There we go. We're going to play that. The miss on the Brave Bird, the Hoopa putting the berries, I think is really fun. But the Flame Sweep to kind of zone everybody out was absolutely huge there.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And it was what helped clutch the game out, too, because the Cinderace was able to put the pressure on the Kyogre, and that felt, what does Meowth do? Had to, okay, we got to panic. They're ripping it. We got to go in there, and they just went in one by one. They got taken out one by one, and they almost got it there with the Miraidon, and I think it was so close. Definitely a flip there, because the Charge Beam was ripping it down, but Final Exam able to secure it out, lock it in, and take home game number 3 for their final win of the night.
And then right at the end of the clip there, too, Zeraora got back in and might have been able to take out Elo Poppy, but he hit a perfect Blaze Kick to stun and then used that feint when the Zeraora wanted to go in and engage. So love that play, stayed alive, a lot of good value there. But yeah, congrats to, I keep wanting to say Flamin' Hot Dodrios, but it's different. Final Exam, just same face, different name. But you know what that.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty good stuff there. That game 2 was their only loss of the evening, so almost a perfect night for them. 3-0,
wow.
sorry, 4-0 on the overall match record, and then 8-1 on your total record for the evening. But yeah, pretty good stuff there for them. Yeah, I think that is it. We don't have, since that one went to a game 3. That's going to wrap us up for the evening, so all good stuff all around. But as we start to wrap up, any final thoughts, Meowri? Since this is your first time, we'll start with you. Any final thoughts on the meta? Any final thoughts on Underdunk 71?
I mean, I thought it was super fun. I was in a class, so I kind of like popped in the last half here, but I think the teams were amazing to watch. I've seen Ashen ones a little bit, so it's nice to see them on the Underdunk side of things. And they're having so much fun with their names, and it was a really fun experience. And thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Welcome back anytime, especially in the second shift. It actually works out quite well. I get to practice my prompter, which I'm having way too much fun with. Final standings, though, so we just got those released. Thank you, production. Final exam, number 1 with an 8-1 record, overall game record. What does Meowth do? Going to come in second. 7-2 overall, 3-1 on your match. Actual Trash UTA. Rounding up 3rd and 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. If you Shiggy Wiggy Reborn, who we saw in our first round matchup, Juice Dynasty, Ashen Ones, DF Amethysts, Huntrix, or Hauntrix. I can't think. I need to go watch K-pop Demon Hunters one more time, I think. And then Experimental, Daisuke, Division 4, and then Cell and Swear, who did not finish their entire match, but that's all right. We had a lot of fun here with our Swiss format. Still more to come on some evolution of how we evolve our Swiss format. Hyde, any final thoughts from you as we start to wrap on it?
Listen, okay, Underdunks, guys, everyone you participate in this, we got to have a talk here, all right? We're going back to back, 2 weeks, no Sableye. Come on, what is this? Like, let's have a heart-to-heart here. Like, Hyde asks for one thing only. Just one team to bring Sableye in. And, you know, nobody's doing it. And I'm feeling it right here, guys. I'm feeling it right here. I don't know if that's actually what the heart is. I can't tell on camera, but we're going to go with it. But, oh, my gosh, we're feeling it. But, I mean, I've loved a lot of these picks coming out, too. We got to see Snorlax. We got to see Gengar come up. We got to see some like huge plays. Even Meowth made it in, so I can't say I've not been spoiled for choice. Just not the one that I wanted, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you gotta bring in some Sable. I always think it's fun. I played it a couple of times over the last week, and I think I've lost every single Sableye game. It's the one support that I don't play very often or well, apparently. Either way. That is going to wrap us up for the evening. Big shout out to our admin team along with our production team. Bina on the camera as well as on the back end setting up all the lobbies. Big shout out to Shivam helping control the production side. Thank you, Husky, obviously, for casting the first rounds with myself. Hyde and Meowri, obviously, thank you for closing us out on the evening. Lordy was here for a little bit, mostly checking in, but our main TO this evening was Azalea, and she absolutely crushed it, so big thank you there. Or should I say all the fake Lordies? We had 10 different Lordies in chat, so that was really fun. But that is going to end up for us today. We are going to be back, I believe, maybe someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but we are going to run it again next week, as we normally plan to be on our bi-weekly schedule, but we wanted to add an extra little one since the lift and shift is not too much here with the Swiss format. I'll be back live in a few hours to cover EUIC on my channel. We're going to do a little bit of a watch party. Potentially, no promises. We've gotten word that maybe that spectate mode might be working on LAN.
Oh, okay.
So we might be able to get some of the off-stream broadcast matches. Not sure if that's true or not, so don't, if it doesn't work, don't hold me to that, because I'm 95% sure it won't work, but someone said that it will work this time. I don't know how it's different, but we'll see. But that is going to be it for us here for Underdunk. We'll see you tomorrow if you want to watch EUIC on my channel. If not, we will see you in 1 week, and we'll see y'all next time.
Bye.